Morning, everyone. I hope you're all well. Welcome back to those non-board members who weren't with us yesterday. Day 3 of the meeting. No specific administrative announcements we need to make before the start, but just in terms of the way we're going to approach items. I've had comments from a number of members that they felt that item 11, non-current assets held for sale and discontinued operations, that actually we'd had very strong support on that item, and there were actually limited changes that needed to be made. And therefore, the question was raised, would we be in a position to be able to vote on approval subject to the editorial process and any other final items to be resolved when we go through that item on Friday morning. So I'm not asking for a decision from members on whether they would be willing to vote or not, but I just wanted to alert everybody that in terms of having a look at the papers and any final checks and so on that you would normally do before we go for approval on an item, just to be ready that if that view is concurred with following the detailed discussions on Friday, that we may be in a position that we may be looking to go for a vote on that on Friday. So I think that's the only thing that I wanted to pick up before we started today. So I think with that, we move into item 7, other lease type arrangements. Lynn, I don't know as Task Force Chair whether you want, before I pass over to Joao.
I'll just say a couple of words. Thanks, Ian, and thanks to Joao, but also thanks to Claudia and to Andrew, who have also had an input in terms of today's papers. You'll see that we've got just a short session today to really sort of orientate where we're at with this project. So not any significant decisions, although we would welcome comments in terms of just what we're planning to do around the project management and also the framework for analysing issues. I think the final thing that I would say is that clearly we have now an approved Ipsas, so actually considering the public sector issues, we are doing that with a certainty around the accounting model that we've already approved. And I think that is important to remember as we go through this. And also that we are not aiming in any way, shape or form to try to address every specific example that might be thrown in our direction. We have tried to theme things so that we can be sensible and pragmatic in the guidance that we might issue. But that was all I was going to say. And like I say, thanks to the team so far. We have got a small task force at the moment. So if anyone feels passionately about the subject, then I'm sure we would welcome their input, both at the board, but also potentially as part of the task force. Thanks.
Thanks, Lynn. And just to remind everybody as well that the approach that we've taken on leases in terms of approving Ipsas 43 and then dealing with some of the public sector specific issues is exactly the approach that we took on financial instruments, where we brought the main standards in and then we dealt with public sector specific financial instruments as a separate piece of work. That resulted in a variety of non-authoritative pieces of guidance, but no changes to the main standards. So obviously we keep an open mind on this, but that this is following that original precedent. And with that, Joao, welcome. Good to see you. And over to you in terms of leading us through the item.
Thank you, Ian. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. I'm going to share the screen. Is it okay?
It's fine.
Awesome, thank you. And before I start with agenda item 7, other lease type arrangements, I'd like to echo Lynn's words and thank you to the task force for their contributions for these issues papers. It was really a teamwork between staff and the task force, and so I think it left us in a very good place for this meeting. So, and without further ado, and before entering into the specifics of each agenda item, staff thought it would be helpful to provide a brief history of this Leases project, especially for the new board members, to give kind of a catch up to them and receive any questions if needed after the end of this slide. So just catch up. So this project has already been going for almost 6 years. It started back in June 2016, and during this phase all the way until March 2020, the board developed exposure draft 64, and with that exposure draft proposed a single right of use model for lease accounting for both lessees and lessors, and also included guidance for concessionary leases. After the review of the responses of ED 64 and following the advice from the Consultative Advisory Group, the board took a strategic decision at the March 2020 meeting on this project and decided basically to split this project in 2 phases. The first phase is informed by, or it was informed by the exposure draft 75, and it is related to an IFRS alignment, IFRS 16 alignment project for both lessees and lessors. And after the review of the responses during last year, the board approved the Ipsas 43 leases, and it was published already in this year, in January, and with this it completed phase 1 of this project. Phase 2 of the project also started at the same time that the board was developing exposure draft 75, and it was informed by a request for information that the board approved in the December 2020 meeting. So this is the first time that the IPSASB is issuing a request for information, and basically to address the public sector specific issues related to concessionary leases and other arrangements similar to leases. Also, for the board's information, the board at the December 2021 meeting had a higher level review of the responses, just to make sure that there was nothing that came out of the consultation that prevented the approval of Ipsas 43, and so, and as nothing came up that would prevent that approval, the board approved Ipsas 43 and gave this high-level review of responses. So for the new board members that want to have a more insight information on the review of the responses, so please go to the papers of the December 2021 meeting. And of course, this phase 2, and before finalizing, we've now relabeled it, and it is now called the other lease type arrangements, precisely as Ian said, to address some specifics from the public sector. And with this brief history, I'll make a pause here to receive any feedback from the board. Ian, I'll pass the floor to you.
Thanks, Shah. I'm not seeing any flags raised, so I think if you want to move us on, then.
Thanks, Ian, for the confirmation. So, diving now into the agenda item 7.21, staff and the task force thought it would be helpful to develop this project based on 3 elements. those elements are what type of publications are we expected to publish, what are the resources to support the development of the project, and of course, what is the timeline. So regarding the publications, we thought that the next stage of this phase would be an exposure draft. Of course, because we have not yet analyzed the issues, the structure and the content of that exposure draft will need to be discussed at a later IPSASB meeting. So after we go through some of the issues already, we can start to have a sense of how it will look like, that exposure draft. The second item on resources. So as Lynn has already alluded to, so we have established a task force during the first quarter. So it is still in developing. And we have so far Lynn Payment as the chair, Claudia Bayer as IPSASB member, and Andrew Vanderberg, which is the technical advisor of Lindy. And we had a first meeting on February 25th, precisely to discuss the papers and the approach to this meeting. Once again, thank you to the board members for stepping in and volunteering to be part of the task force. So the other part of the resources is a request that we are asking to the board, which is for the IPSASB to delegate the responsibility to the task force, the development of the exposure draft non-authoritative text. What does this mean? It means that we don't intend to take board's time, plenary time, to discuss all the nitty-gritty details of non-authoritative text of the exposure draft. The task force will do that work, but in any case, the board will always be able to see what will be that text at every phase or at every meeting that we bring the draft exposure draft. And the task force and the staff will bring to the board any highlight, any issue, major issue that the board needs to decide to help move forward with this text. So the board will always be informed at the appropriate times during the development of this part or these sections of the exposure draft. Finally, the timeline. It is in agenda item 7.11. I'm not going to go into the details, just to highlight the main dates that we thought are important for this project. So the first one is in June 2022. We are planning to bring concessionary leases and leases for zero nominal consideration. This is, we would say, the biggest topic that the board will need to discuss. And basically will inform not only the content of the exposure draft, but also how the exposure draft will look like in terms of its structure. So stay tuned for the June meeting. So this will be a very important meeting on this topic. And in December 2022, so at the end of this year, we are planning to have the approval of the exposure draft, and which after the publication and public consultation and review of responses, we are planning to get the approval of the final guidance in March 2024. I want to stress what we mean by final guidance. It means that we are not yet sure, once again, what will look like this final standard or final pronouncement. So as we go through this project, we'll have more clarity as we address the issues that were raised by the constituents. And with this, staff and the task force recommendations are threefold. So first one is to develop an exposure draft as the next phase of the project. The second one is to delegate the responsibility to the task force to develop an exposure draft non-authoritative text. And the third one is to approve the timeline in agenda item 7.11. So does the IPSASB agree with these recommendations? And with this, I'll pass the floor to you, Ian. Thank you.
Thank you, João. And I think the other thing to just remind board members is actually this is exactly the process that we adopted with the financial instruments IPSAS 41. And I think that process worked extremely well there with the task force really doing a lot of work under Mark Vermouth's chairmanship. So it's good that you're here, Mark. You know, that I think the board took a lot of comfort from the detailed examination that had been done in the task force, you know, by a group of people who really knew the detail. And the idea that the process of report backs were appropriate to the board, again, I think gave the board a lot of confidence that any key issues they had sight of, and particularly, as João said, if a member had any issues coming out of their review of the papers, those could be brought back to the board meeting. So that's very much the way that, you know, but obviously it makes best use of our time in the board. Okay, so with that, just open the floor for any comments on those recommendations that João has given us on the approach to the project. Yes, so I've got Chris and then Camira and then Todd.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Joa. This is a very good job. Thank you, the task force. My concern is that given our experience in the Lease project, whether the time of the exposure of the ED, that is December 22 to February 24, is long enough to accommodate any modification that the constituents may propose from the ED, so that we don't have the problem of re-exposure. That's just what I wanted to express.
Thanks, Chris. I think, you know, as with any timeline, you know, we have to be prepared to keep a watch on that. And if there are issues emerging, either from the board or possibly the task force may say to us, look, we've hit a real rock in the road. This is taking us longer. We need board time, whatever. So I think we have to be responsive. So that timeline is indicative, and I think you're entirely right to say we have some knotty issues here. So let's just take the right amount of time. We don't have to rush this. You know, but that's the sort of current view on timeline. So if I can go to Camira, then Todd, then I'll go to Lindy in the room here in New York.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, João, for the presentation. I also have a concern with the timeline, because for Ipsas 43, the effective date is January 2025. And I remember the original idea was to be able to issue the final pronouncement of this second phase before the effective date of Ipsas 43. So if we issue the exposure draft by March next year, we will have not enough time. So that will be a short time, and preparers will not be able to implement the changes on time before the effective date. So perhaps if we are not able to issue that exposure draft by this year or earlier, then we should consider maybe delaying also the effective date of Ipsas 43. Thanks.
Thanks, Camira. Ross, perhaps if I can go to you in terms of program.
Yeah, thanks, Camira. You'll remember when we approved Ipsas 43, we agreed that we would keep a watch on the date, and if we needed to put it back, we will. I don't think we need to update now, but we will keep an eye on when the ED gets approved, and if we do need to put back the date a year at that point, we will when we're closer to the ED stage. But let's work through it before we jump to that, because I think we do still have a window to get this project complete in time to have the date sync up.
Thanks, Ross. So to Todd, then Lindy, then.
Thanks, Ian, and thanks for the presentation, Joao. It's helpful. If I've understood these recommendations correctly, I do have some concerns. The way I'm reading this, we are recommending an exposure draft with non-authoritative guidance. And given the issues that we need to deal with here, I don't think we're just aiming at non-authoritative text. That's just a personal view. I think we do need to step back and think about what we are doing here. We have issued a leases standard, which is very much focused around commercial type transactions. And now in this project, we are looking at a whole lot of different type arrangements in the public sector that I don't think anyone would class as commercial. And so I think we're going to need to really think about what we're trying to do here. We may find that some of the transactions that we are considering fit with a lot of the principles that are in the leases standard that we've approved, but I'm not convinced that we will have all of the right principles if we are proposing to come up with some answers for constituents around all of these particular matters that we have sought information on. So I'm probably in the camp of, at this point in time, we need to really understand what all of these arrangements that we've been told about are, which ones we can actually link in to the leases standard that we've approved, and that may require some changes within the standard itself to be able to accommodate some of these lease type arrangements, as well as then some further guidance, whether that's application or non-authoritative, I'm not sure. But it doesn't feel to me at this point, from what I understand, that all we're aiming for is non-authoritative guidance here.
So, Lynn, perhaps I might go to you as task force chair, and then to Ross on process.
Yeah, just to be clear, Todd, and if it's not clear in the papers, and apologies, we're not setting out with an aim to only issue non-authoritative guidance. In fact, the framework that we will come to in the later paper has the decision tree, and if we use that as a framework, you could see that we may end up in authoritative guidance territory depending on the decisions that we take along the way. So at this stage, we don't know the balance between authoritative and non-authoritative, and we won't know that until we work through the issues, and that's why we've got the framework paper later. But what we are suggesting is that where we work through that framework and we end up in the non-authoritative box, that we then, in that instance, delegate to the task force the drafting of that. So that's just to be clear on what we're asking. We're certainly not making any assumptions here about the balance between authoritative and non-authoritative, and we're not saying we are not going to ever be in the authoritative guidance box.
Thanks for that clarification, Lynn. And I think that's picked up the point you were going to make, Ross. Linda, you're okay, are you? Yeah, okay. So thanks for that, raising that point. And Lucy, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. My comment actually is if there is no existing significant or controversial divergence of stakeholders' view, then I concur in the staff and the task force recommendation to issue an ED as the next publication of this project. Although of course we all know that it's a matter of due process or before exposing it for public comment as an ED, we may also consider whether we issue a CP or hold a public forum or roundtable discussion in order to further solicit views on the matters under consideration. Of course, we have gotten responses or inputs from our constituents through the RFI, but since there are a number of other lease type arrangements that we will be covering, there might be a need also to further discuss this with our constituents as we develop the paper. Now, I also have a concern on the timeline, which is actually based on the current estimate. It's shorter than the ordinary exposure period of 120 days, and actually the RFI has been exposed for a period of 180 days from January to June 2021. So it appears that there will be a need to we have to revisit this timeline as we move forward, so that we could not be issuing, or we would minimize the, as mentioned earlier by some members, a re-exposure of the ED, because we have not given our constituents enough time to give their comments or to give their responses. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. I mean, I think as ever with our projects, standard setting is not a linear process. We know very well that things can go backwards and forwards, and that's really why we have the approach in the board meeting that we will look at timelines at the start of the meeting through Ross's report. We will have a review at the end of the meeting as well to see if anything needs to change. I always think in this context of a sort of phrase that is used in the UK in terms of we need the timelines to be taut but realistic. Now, clearly, things can emerge, changes can emerge during the project, and we need to react to those. You know, we're not going to bulldoze ahead in terms of saying we've set that deadline, therefore we have to hit that deadline if genuinely we need more time for discussion, or our constituents raise significant additional issues in response to the exposure draft. So these are not set in tablets of stone, but equally we need to set some expectations both for ourselves and for stakeholders. And I think it's in that vein that we set the timetable, and we hear what members have said in terms of, yes, there are some issues here that may take time to resolve, but at the moment that feels like the timeline is doable. And clearly, if that does need to change, then certainly I would expect you know, Lynn as task force chair to alert us that you know, more time is going to be needed or whatever. Ross, anything else you want to pick up on Lucy's first point?
Yeah, first, the timeline has taken into account a normal exposure period of 120 days. So there's no intention to do anything shorter. So I'm not sure where that's coming up, but it's clear we'll do a proper exposure period for any ED that we develop for this. And the output is planned to be an ED. We're not considering additional offshoot projects or consultations. We're coming to the end of, as I think Joao introduced, a 6-year process. We've had a consultation, ED 64 and ED 75 that resulted in this, plus the RFI. I think we're at the point of closing down the issues. We might need to consider a staff document of some sort, maybe a Q&A on some of these other lease type arrangements to capture those that we don't put in the ED and the thinking that comes out of the task force. But I don't think we should be committing to do much more than that at this point.
Lynn.
Yeah, just to pick up on something else that Lucy said, we've had a lot of information provided in the RFI from constituents, and the task force do intend, where necessary, if that means there will be some more dialogue with constituents as we look to understand the issues that have been raised, but we certainly don't intend to go out and request even more information, but we do intend to have a dialogue to clarify things. And I guess the other point, and we'll come on to it in the next paper, is actually there are a vast array of these arrangements. We've tried to theme them. And I think as we move towards agreeing some principles, and that's what we've got coming in June for, you know, the most common types of public sector arrangements, we're hopeful, you can't ever tell if this will come true, but we're hopeful that once we've nailed those principles, that might then apply to lots of different types of arrangements. But we are planning, where appropriate, where we need some clarification on the information that has been provided, we will have a dialogue with constituents that have raised that information with us.
Thanks, Sam. Okay. Any other points on those recommendations? Okay. I think it's always useful to surface those sorts of issues and be aware of them. So thanks very much, everyone. João, if you move us on into the next paper.
Yes, thank you, Ian, and thanks to the board for this very helpful discussion. So the next agenda item, 7.22, address two separate things, basically. The first one is to address one instruction from the board from the December meeting, which is to bring for this meeting the learning points that we had so far from the RFI consultation. And staff and the task force had a discussion on this topic, and we very much summarized in these points what are those learning points. So the first one is that the RFI provided a highly diversified content of responses, basically with 4 elements. There is a high heterogeneity of the responses with very different fact patterns. And some of those fact patterns have quite a high complexity to be addressed and are very granular. So all these ends that the description that constituents provided are also very different. The explanation of those very fact patterns, sometimes they are very summarized, sometimes they are very detailed, and in both cases, staff is not sure whether is anything missing that might be relevant to understand the fact pattern, or if when it is too much detailed, what it is the most relevant information that is being provided. So all this leads to that there is a possible different types of analysis that can be made, and that's why, as Lynn has already alluded to, staff is and the task force is proposing a framework that we'll discuss in a few minutes. Of course, and as Lynn also said, one thing that is already coming out, and I'll talk a little bit further about this later on, lots of these specific cases have similar issues. So although they are talking about different types of assets, but the issues that they are very similar. So I'll try to elaborate this later on, but just to make sure that many of those cases might have not 20 cases, but perhaps of those 20 cases, we have one or two issues to be addressed. The last point is that because of these characteristics, staff and the task force will have an increased challenge in developing the guidance. And so even the questions that some board members have already raised precisely shows the challenge that we have ahead of us. And what we can say is that only when we start to analyze the issues that we'll be able to have a better sense of where all these will lead us. And before moving to the other part of this agenda item, I wanted to make a pause here to receive any feedback from the board. And Ian, I'll pass the floor to you.
I think we're fine, João, so keep moving forward.
Thank you, Ian. So the other part of this agenda item, it's related to the linkage with current IPSASB guidance and developing guidance. So staff has provided several appendices. So I'll skip appendices A and B on definition and scope. It's more for board's information. But staff thought it would be helpful to flesh out one important distinction that came out from the ISB's work on the Leases project, and that this board has also adopted with the approval of Ipsas 43, which is basically the distinction between a service concession and a lease. If before some of these transactions might be blurred in terms of understanding what is the difference between these three transactions, what happened is that with the publication of Ipsas 43, there is already quite an extensive guidance and application guidance on how to distinguish a lease from a service, and also kind of a relation to the service concessions, which basically is summarized in this table. I'll not go through the details of this table. This is just for board's information, just to keep here. And of course, this sets the principles that will help us to analyze the fact patterns that constituents have put forward, basically helping us out where which standard are those fact patterns related to. The other point that staff wants to flesh out to the board is in Appendix C, which was also a request from the board to make a comparison between concessionary loans and concessionary leases. So I just want to flesh out three items here. The first one is that what is the type of the resource. So in concessionary loans, the resource is cash. So it's cash transferred between the lender to the borrower. And in the concessionary lease, it is the right of the use asset that is being transferred. So, but in both cases, we are always talking about transactions that are at below market terms, whether it is a loan at market terms or a lease at below market terms. And what does this mean, below market terms? It means that there is an implicit concession to the price of the time or money, which is reflected in terms of the accounting of the interest in the concessionary loans, and the concession to the price of the asset. In the case of the concessionary lease, the right of the use asset. So this means that although we have two different types of resources being transferred, but the concession is the same for both types of transactions, which is a concession to the price of both resources. Another similarity that we found is that the timing of those below market conditions is at inception. So at the time where the resource is transferred, it is when it is assessed whether that transaction is at below market terms or at market terms. And finally, what we found out, also this came from the consultation from the RFI, is that there is also an intention to provide the resources at below market terms. This is already in our guidance for concessionary loans, and for concessionary leases we also found that from the RFI. The table is bigger in the Appendix C, all to say that for concessionary loans, we already have guidance in our literature in Ipsas 41. Of course, for concessionary leases, that's exactly what we need to assess in this second phase of the project. whether and how it will be provided that guidance. The last point is the links with the IPSASB's revenue project. In this case, we are keeping an eye on how that project is being developed. And of course, any guidance that will be coming from this phase will have to cross-refer to the guidance in that revenue standard. So the principles that are there will be also used in this project. And of course, provide guidance on the application and on the scope of the revenue versus lease standard and how to identify and initially measure these components. So we know that we have already the principles to account for leases in Ipsas 43. So now we are looking to see how to account for the concession component of those transactions in the leases standard or in other standards if they are related to other standards. Staff does not have any recommendation here. This is only for board's information. And with this, I'm happy to receive any feedback from the board, Ian. And with this, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Shao. I think that's very helpful context to remind us the landscape that we're now entering. Any points board members want to raise at this stage? Yeah, Lindy.
Thank you very much. Just in terms of the landscape, we did in ED 64, we did propose accounting for concessionary leases, and we did get responses back on that. So I was just thinking that we shouldn't forget. I think we had a high level look at those at that point in time, and I'm sure João can probably tell us what everyone said on it in detail. But I think we also mustn't forget that in looking at developing something going forward, we say, even if it's something similar or not, so that, you know, we just tie that due process into this one as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindy. Any other points board members want to raise? Okay, so João, move us on.
Thank you, Ian, and thanks, Lindy, for that comment. Staff in the task force will definitely will tie that learning process that we had from ED64 going forward. So we are now in agenda item 7.2.3, which basically it is in appendix. The specific cases allocated by the themes that are in RFI that staff went through, and with the usage of the NVIV could tag the specific cases all here. So for staff, this is an exhaustive list of the issues that were raised and aggregated where we could find or similar terms or similar themes, cases across them. So I just want to highlight that at this stage, staff only did an identification of the issues. Staff did not make any analysis of the issues. So, this means that perhaps some terms might have the same meanings using different terms across jurisdictions. And if that's the case, staff will make that analysis afterwards, and perhaps some of these specific cases that are here will be merged. So what we have here is the raw material that we received from the constituents. And this goes to the Lynn's point that many of these issues might in the end also being aggregated because they are in the end talking about the same things using different terms. The other point that the staff want to make here is that staff aggregated the theme 1 and theme 2 on concessionary leases and leases for zero or nominal consideration because many respondents to the RFI also did the same. For them, these two themes should be addressed together, and many of the specific cases even were across both themes, and many times it could not be distinguished to which theme they were talking about. So it is very helpful to have these two themes addressed at the same time for board's discussions. Also, when we don't know which themes they are related to, by having this aggregation, we'll be able to provide a more balanced standard setting approach to the specific cases that are being brought up. The other point here is that we want to say and to reinforce is that many of these specific cases that we have listed here, they talk basically almost all the times about the same issues. Whether the concession should be recognized, how it should be measured, the transaction, how it should be presented, and what type of disclosures should be made in the financial statements or in other GPFRs. So all this leads to to a point that reinforcing the idea that many of these specific cases might end up being aggregated in the end. And this aggregation is also reinforced by another reason, which is they have common issues, but with different underlying assets. So although they are talking about public lands, public housing, public equipment, but from a standard setting perspective, they are always talking about recognition, measurement, and disclosure of the same items. So the staff and the task force recommendation to the board is to address the themes that were identified in Appendix A, and we ask the board whether it agrees with the staff and task force's recommendation. And with this, I'll pass the floor to you, Ian. Thank you.
Thank you, João. I think it's helpful to understand the detailed process you're going through. Again, it gives us confidence in the recommendations that will come forward. I'm not seeing any flags raised, so I think we're content with you going through. Todd.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. I agree that we do want the task force to work through all of this material that's come through. We need to understand what this is telling us. I think what was recommended here was to address all of these issues. And I just want to be clear, I want all of this analysis done. I don't know at the end of the day whether the exposure draft or what we're heading to is going to address everyone's issues, because I think we want to do this analysis and understand, but the project that we are doing here, is it related to our leases standard that we've just issued? And I think we need to be clear on what it is, what our end game is here, because if it is, we want to look through all of this material and then think about some changes that we want to make to the leases standard and what could be incorporated in there. That's one thing. But if by addressing all of these issues, we want to find the answer for all of these and slot it into our literature, well, I don't know where that might take us. It might take us to some changes to leases. It might take us to thinking about creating a new standard, attaching it to some other things. And so I think we need to be really clear in doing all of the analysis of these things that we've heard through the RFI, what we are aiming for at the end of the day. So I think I want to start out with a clear understanding of the scope of what we are doing here with all of this information, I think.
I think, Todd, you're referring really to a catch-22 at this stage, because actually we haven't done the analysis, so we don't know the issues that are going to come out. What we can say is what was presented to the board in December, which is there was nothing at that stage that caused us to not to proceed with the approval of the Ipsas on leases. And I think, you know, the overriding principle here is we will be led by, you know, what emerges from the task force deliberations. At the moment, the expectation is that that will be addressed by an exposure draft proposing, you know, additional guidance for leases. But if something emerges that means that we do need additional guidance, then that's fine. That can be proposed. We're not putting a straitjacket on at this stage. And, you know, equally, when we expose it, we will see what people come back with at that stage. So I think we just have to keep an open mind at the moment, but equally, at the moment, that's the landscape that we see. Ross.
Thanks, Ian. And I think, Todd, you're right. You picked up on an important point. I think analyze is better than address for what we're trying to do. So the issues do need to be analyzed. They've been presented to us in the RFI. We need to understand. And I think the scope is to develop further guidance for leases. So and now there might be some issues that fall slightly outside of leases, but look and feel like a lease. And I think to Ian's point, if we can add a non-authoritative guidance or helpful guidance around those, through this ED that doesn't extend the project, then we should. But I do think if bigger issues emerge where we've got a problem with another standard that's not leases, that can't be dealt with on the time frame for this project, from a program management perspective, we should capture those issues and put them on the longer list for future work, because this can't be an ongoing infinite project. So I think that's the boundary we need to work with. And the task force, I would say, as they work through the issues, should bring back those types of issues for the board's consideration.
Thanks, Ross, and thanks, Todd, for the point. So if I go to Liang next.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Actually, I agree Todd and Rose's comments. I also have doubts whether all this arrangement in substance a lease, because I think maybe after we perform further analysis, maybe some of them may not meet the definition of lease. So I think our approach is, as just Rose and Todd said, we just analysis the common issues and to determine what a lease standard should have the principle that a lease standard should have, how to make an analysis for this arrangement. So I think it will be our approach. Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. Abdullah.
Thank you, and good luck to the task force, because in the public sector, the exception is the rule. That's the case, and from what I saw, that is they're not homogeneous, the issues that we're gonna face. But I agree with Ross, that is we need to analyze, but be careful to over-analyze, because we might go with a non-authoritative guidance, because the number of issues is different. Like, you will keep on facing different issues. So that is the thing that I would emphasize on. The second point that I want to make, yeah, it's good to have the 7 themes. It's great, but I'm afraid that we will overcomplicate it. So to have, what is the outcome of the theme if we put it or classify it in theme A, and difference of theme C? Can we just have 3, 4, 5 themes instead of having 7 themes? That's it. I would want to participate and volunteer to be with the task force, but let me try to analyze with the timing, because I know this is a big project, but I will arrange and I will communicate with them over that. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah, and I think it's very welcome to have that, if you like, that preparer input in terms of you know, the work. So thank you for that. And I think, you know, again, obviously we just need to see what's there and draw out what the common themes are. and I think that's that's very much the approach that we're taking to see what's there. Good. Okay. So, I mean, I think, yes, the sense I'm getting is, yes, themes are fine at the moment, but clearly if you find other things and so on that are there, then, we need to go with those. So thanks for that, João. Move us on to the next item.
Thanks, Ian, and thanks to the board for this very helpful discussion that will help definitely staff and task force to move this project forward. So the last item is agenda item 7.2.4, and with this staff and the task force discussed that it would be helpful to work on the work that this board and the staff in previous projects had already used in terms of a flow chart to analyze issues raised by constituents. That flow chart is in the issues papers. I'm not going to go through the details of this flow chart. It's there for board's information. What we thought it would be helpful to flesh out for the board at this meeting is two items. The first one is the approach to that flow chart. So what we are intending is to use this flow chart as a tool to analyze the themes, the issues, the specific case with flexibility. So once again, this was already said before during the discussion this morning. So this is not to be considered as a straitjacket that we are tied to. This means also that if the answer from the flow chart is nonsensical or it doesn't work from a standard setting perspective, we are flexible to find other ways to find a more balanced solution. And with this, it means that it is only the starting point to analyze the themes, the issues, and the specific cases. It's not the ending point. The other point that we want to flesh out to the board is that the flow chart or the methodology that comes out of this is to be applied to both parties of the transaction. As we all know, Ipsas 43 provides guidance to account for leases for both the lessees and the lessors. So this framework will also be making the analysis of these cases to both parties and to consolidated and separate financial statements of those parties to the transaction. With this, the staff and the task force recommendations to the board is whether it agrees to apply with flexibility the flow chart that was used in previous projects, and to analyze the arrangements from both the perspectives of both parties of the arrangements, and to consolidated financial statements and separate financial statements. And with this, I'll pass the floor to you, Ian, to receive board's feedback. Thank you.
Thanks, João. I mean, as you say, we've used this in the development of ED 78, where we were trying to put in guidance on heritage and infrastructure items. It's clearly, it's a useful tool in terms of thinking in a structured way about the nature of guidance that may be required. And as you say, it's not a straitjacket, but it's a helpful tool to think things through. And I suspect we will also see it being used with regard to revenue and transfer expenses in the coming months as we move into questions about what implementation guidance and and any implementation examples that are required there. Ross.
Yeah, just to build on that a bit, Ian, we actually developed it originally for the financial instruments project. So that's where we really used it. We just didn't document it fully until ED 78, but that's the process we used when we were working with the task force to do the non-authoritative portions. Is we use that as the guiding point, as João said, to kind of start the discussions. And then we kind of moved from there to bring the recommendations back to the board. So that's really where it was born.
Thanks, Ross. That's helpful background. Camira.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Joao. I have a couple of comments on the flow chart because the applicability for this request for information might not fit 100%. For instance, the first question or the first decision that is if the issue is prevalent in the public sector, as this was a request for information, and we take a closer look to each of the themes or examples that the jurisdictions provided us, probably we will remove most of them saying that they are not prevalent, because that was the purpose of the request for information, to get specific examples that are probably not prevalent. But I think the approach should be not if it's prevalent or not, but use the themes that the examples that we have obtained to analyze what are the commonalities and then develop guidance that is applicable to most cases. So that's why I'm a bit concerned about the first question, that we are like already removing the themes because they are not prevalent in the public sector. First, we need to analyze and try to merge them in common topics. And then the second concern is when we are deciding in the case where the issue is related to general purpose financial statements, we are only mentioning the possibility of developing authoritative guidance, but perhaps is also necessary non-authoritative guidance. So please be aware of not being too categorical, so too black or white. So because we might need both. Thanks.
Ross.
Thanks, Camira. I think those are good points to keep in our mind. We didn't want to, redevelop the flow chart specifically and spend a lot of time on that for leases, because a lot of thought has gone into it. But even the first question, I would say, just because people have told us these are prevalent issues in the public sector doesn't mean we should take them at the word. I think we should analyze them because they might be prevalent in the private sector as well. And if they are prevalent in the private sector, then IFRS 16 would already have considered it in its development. And that's why that first step is there. So I think it's on us to, keep ourselves honest, and that we don't just start developing guidance for every issue we've been given, that we put some thought into it. So the answer might be yes to every issue we put through there, but I think we should still take the time to think that through. And maybe to your second point, I agree with, we'll have to think about the non-authoritative guidance, but this is more focused on the key decision on whether we have to modify the authoritative standards in some way, and a way to think that process through. I think once you've decided you're going to do the authoritative guidance, then you'll consider if there is non-authoritative guidance needed or not. And if you determine you don't need authoritative guidance, then it steers you towards non-authoritative guidance. So again, but as Joao said, it's not a straitjacket. It's a tool to help the thinking, and so that we analyze issues consistently, not ad hoc as we move through them.
Thanks, Ross. So go to Liang and then to Lindy.
For the flowchart, I would suggest to add one more decision, that is whether the arrangement meets the definition of lease and should be scoped in lease standard. Maybe between decision 3 and decision 5. Thanks.
Thanks, Liang. That's almost a sort of precondition before getting in here, I think, actually, isn't it? But it's a very valid point, given that we kept the definition of lease entirely aligned with IFRS 16, and that was certainly one of the key points there. Ross, do you want to take that one away then? Okay, thanks for that, Liang. Okay, Lindy.
Thank you very much. And I support the proposed approach. I just want to maybe just make clear what will be coming back to the board. So the staff and the task force is going to take all the detail that was submitted and the themes and process through that. What comes back to the board is the outcome of that, not the analysis. So we're not going to go through each one and check and get this flow as separate documents, because I think that took a lot of time when we did it previously. So all we're going to get is the output and the recommendations that this is authoritative, this relates to leases, this is where it's going to go, and possibly where it goes on the other list, and staff Q&A, and that's all we're going to get. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying, Lindy. That's agreed. Okay, so with that, João, anything else that you wanted to draw our attention to?
So,
I think you're on mute.
no, yes, no, I'm very happy with this discussion. I think it sets us very well for the June meeting and the following meetings to develop the exposure draft. And thanks to the board for the discussion.
Thanks, João. Yes, I mean, that was the intention, that it should orient everybody and make sure we're all on the same page in terms of the process and the approach and so on. So thanks for that. Lynn, anything else from your point of view?
No, nothing to add, but thanks, Abdullah, for volunteering. We'll certainly take you up on that. But thanks.
That's great. Okay, so with that, we're through other lease type arrangements. And I think at this point, we switch over then into revenue and transfer expenses. So just give us a minute or two, but we're welcoming Eileen to the board table for the very first time, which is amazing, given that she's actually been with the team 2 years. She arrived just at the point that we moved into virtual operations. So, you know, it's one of the very great pleasures of being here in New York to actually, you know, see her in 3D as opposed to on the screen. So we'll just take a minute and allow you to get yourself set up before leading into the item. Okay, so 2 minutes, everyone, and then we'll start revenue.
Thank you, Ian, for the introduction, and hello, everyone. Officially, I guess, after 2 years of being on the team, it's a pleasure to meet some of the board members in the room today and some of the technical advisors in the room today, hoping to have the opportunity to meet everyone else at a future session when we can be fully in person. So in terms of today, we'll be discussing both the revenue project as well as the transfer expense project. There's about 6 papers in total, and we are discussing them in a slightly different order than they are presented on the agenda papers, but we will make sure to clarify exactly which paper we are on as we begin each discussion so that there's a better clear path for the discussions themselves.
Yeah, and just to clarify, it's the second paper that guidance on the definition of transfer expense that will move down so that basically we'll complete the items that Eileen is presenting on before handing over to Paul to avoid sort of switch back between presenters. So that item, the second item, will move to the end of the agenda. Otherwise, we'll follow the agenda. Okay, over to you, Eileen.
Thanks, Ian. Oh. Just one moment while we figure out the buttons. Good start for my first time.
Yeah, it's always, I think there's many things we found that we weren't quite expecting moving back into the physical, having been operating in the Zoom environment.
Okay, thanks everyone for your patience. So the first item that we'll be discussing is agenda item 8.2.1. And this was an informational paper that would provide an overview of the two projects just to help members get comfortable again on the overall landscape of the revenue and the transfer expense project as it is today. Now, both projects were initially approved as part of the 2015 Strategy and Work Plan. And the objective of the revenue project was to develop new standard level guidance to replace the existing suite of revenue Ipsas, specifically Ipsas 9, 11, and 23. The objective of the transfer expenses project was to develop a new standard to address the remaining gap in current Ipsas literature on accounting for non-exchange expenses subsequent to the release of the collective and individual services, which was amendments to Ipsas 19, and Ipsas 42, which was social benefits. Now, the diagram that we'll be going through quickly here today is actually Appendix 2 from the paper itself. And as you will note, this is an updated diagram, updated version of the diagram that was originally issued as part of the 2020 ED 70, 71, and 72, which had highlighted the linkages between the three EDs. Now, this diagram is not meant to present any new ideas, but to help visually illustrate the scope of the two Ipsas and clarify the coverage of transactions where there are equivalencies between the revenue project and the transfer expense project based on the past board decisions. Now, as you'll note on this diagram as well, we do say non-exchange type and exchange type. And as the board may recall from some of our previous discussions, these terms are still being used as general descriptions of the economic substance of transactions, but we are no longer using these terms as a way of classifying and accounting for revenue and transfer expense transactions. Now we'll start with the top section, which is for the revenue project. Now, the revenue Ipsas is going to capture a majority of revenue transactions. Those that are not included are in the scope of other Ipsas. On the non-exchange side, we noted last year during our March 2021 session that a majority of public sector transactions are going to be on the non-exchange side, whether they are transactions without binding arrangements or transactions with binding arrangements. On the exchange side, the proposed revenue Ipsas will include certain revenue from exchange type transactions, which arise from binding arrangements, specifically those that require a distinct transfer of goods or services to an external party. So for example, the resource provider or to a third-party beneficiary. And this is in alignment with IFRS 15. Other exchange type revenues may relate to leases, for example, or employee benefits, and are covered by the existing Ipsas. So altogether, the revenue project and the proposed revenue Ipsas that will come from this project will include both non-exchange and exchange type transactions. Now, the expense side is a little bit different. And so we'll move on to the second portion of the diagram here. The transfer expense project itself doesn't cover all equivalent expense transactions that are covered in revenue. The IPSASB has already done significant work on and issued guidance for collective services and individual services, Ipsas 19, and also social benefits, Ipsas 42, as mentioned earlier. And so the transfer expense project right now fills the remaining gap in the non-exchange expenses work plan. And this is really focused specifically on non-exchange type expenses that are with transfers. These transfers can be without binding arrangements, or they may be with binding arrangements. And as you can see from the diagram here, the equivalent transactions addressed by both proposed Ipsas are those that are transfers, either without binding arrangements or with binding arrangements. For some examples, we wanted to provide just two general ones to get a sense of what we mean by these equivalent transactions. And so the transfers without binding arrangements may be unrestricted grants, for example, between the recipient and the provider. And on the with binding arrangement side, those could be restricted grants or restricted transfers, or any transactions which require the resource recipient to provide distinct goods or services to a third-party beneficiary. Now, taxes, which is a large portion of public sector entity transactions, are being addressed in the revenue Ipsas, but they are not within the scope of the transfer expense IPSAS, nor addressed by any other existing IPSAS, and that is consistent with the existing board decisions in the project itself. As a quick wrap up on the exchange side, we'll take a look at the exchange type expense transactions. And these are generally covered by all other IPSAS. So whether that's inventories, for example, PP&E, leases, intangibles, and other types of transactions themselves. So overall, what this diagram was trying to show members is that one, only some transactions, specifically transfer transactions, are covered in both projects. And therefore, they are not symmetrical IPSAS and not intended to be symmetrical IPSAS. The transfer expense project is really focused on a narrow subset of expense transactions in the public sector. So I'll take a pause here for any questions from board members about what the diagram is trying to illustrate, the landscape overall of the two projects, as I think it will help set the right tone for us in the discussions that we'll be having through the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thanks, Eileen, for that very clear introduction. And I think, you know, obviously this responds to the instruction from the board from the December meeting. And it really was that point around where is the guidance located and you know, being clear about the differences in scope of the two sets of guidance. Very happy to take comments, clarifications, questions from board members at this point in time. Yeah, then go ahead.
So I thought it's a really helpful presentation. Thank you for that. It's difficult without sort of seeing the final guidance, isn't it? But I think on some of the diagrams, if they were to end up in the literature at all, they would need a bit of work. But this session is not about commenting on the diagrams in detail, but when we've used terms like unrestricted and things like that, I think we would need to be very cautious about ever using these diagrams in what ends up in the standard or in BCs. So just wanted to make that point.
Eileen?
Thanks, Lynn. Definitely an important thing for us to remember. And I think at this point, this diagram is really the first time we have shown the members this revised version. And really the intention was sort of to communicate where we are with the projects and where the focus is. In terms of whether these diagrams will go into the final literature, I don't think we've done any full assessments of that yet. It might maybe be an educational material if that will overall help communicate things to constituents later on, whether at a glance or a webcast, as we've done before in other projects. But we'll definitely keep that in mind, especially with the different terminology, to make sure we're not introducing complicated terms and potentially causing any confusion. So thanks for that.
Thanks, Eileen. Ross.
Yeah, just agreeing with Eileen on this. I don't think this is something we would see in the standards themselves, and I don't think we should. But I do think this is something that would be helpful in the at-a-glances and the webinar that we'll put out. Maybe a simplified version of this. This might be a little too detailed for that, but I think if we did use it, that would probably be how we would use this, a diagram like this. And we did use it in that manner to support the exposure drafts as well.
Thanks, Ross. Renee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Totally agree. Extremely useful diagram. Thank you very much. And agree that we should use it somewhere in our communication. So it makes a lot of sense. Quick question. The white box at the bottom part, other non-exchange expense, maybe I just missed that. What do we have in mind there? Or have we just identified a potential gap that we've just kind of parked there? Is that what this is? Or we already have type transactions in mind there that we know we're not addressing?
Eileen?
Thanks, Ian, and thanks, Renee. Really, that box is supposed to point to taxes because it is such a large type of transaction in the public sector. And so that was the reference point for the white piece.
Okay, any other questions or comments? No, I think that's been very helpful, and I think obviously we'll keep in mind how we might use a simplified and a kind of, if you like, a sanitized version of this for the communication material that we use on the project. I think we may well want to just kind of come back on and use this as we progress our discussions, because I think it's always useful just to locate ourselves in terms of which part of the spectrum are we actually on, because there is a lot of, we're now covering a very broad range of transactions on the revenue side compared with that specific range on transfer expenses. And it's helpful to remind ourselves where we're looking for consistency of, in terms of the principles, and where we might have, something that is unique to revenue. Good. Okay. If you just move us on.
Thank you, Ian, and thanks for the member comments so far. The next slide is Appendix 1 from the agenda item 8.2.1. And this is a diagram that, again, tries to illustrate really the large journey that the board has already been on since we received ED responses in late 2020 and began our analysis in early 2021. Now, there have been many important and useful IPSASB decisions over 2021, and several of these key decisions have actually reshaped the approach and the structure and the accounting models that we have under both the revenue and the transfer expense projects. And these have been reflected in the proposed guidance in the draft Ipsas, which were attached as 8.3.1 and 8.3.2 as they currently are, based on the reviews and discussions with the drafting group as well. Now, these key decisions are summarized in Appendix 1, and the diagram you see here on the slide today is a more simplified version. But what we were really trying to show here is that there is consistency in the structures. We are very focused now on the distinction of, is there a binding arrangement or is there no binding arrangement, to really showcase where you are in the accounting guidance itself under both projects. Now, as you can see from revenue, we are no longer splitting revenue guidance across two different standards previously proposed as ED70 and ED71. Rather, revenue transactions are now being addressed in a single revenue Ipsas and will be using different accounting models depending on the existence of a binding arrangement. On the transfer expense side, only transactions that meet the transfer expense definition are going to be accounted for using the proposed transfer expense Ipsas. And similarly, there are separate accounting models based on the existence of a binding arrangement. Now, discussions to date, since ED responses were received, have focused on these initial stages of a transaction lifecycle. So the inception of a transaction, determining if there is a binding arrangement, looking at the rights and obligations that an entity has within these arrangements, and whether there is a potential asset or a liability, and some of these other topics. Now, today, the topics that we are covering in the agenda papers are going to discuss some of the definitions and also the initial recognition components and measurement components. And this will really help set us up in finalizing these principles in the core and authoritative guidance before we move on to the non-authoritative text that we will be proposing under both of these Ipsas. So again, I'll take a pause here for any questions that board members might have about this overall structure, and to clarify anything about the appendix itself, the diagram, and how this also ties out to the supporting documentation we've included in this agenda item. Thank you.
Thanks, Eileen. Again, helpful to remind us of that overall landscape, and that's the first time we've seen it set out clearly like that. And I think in the paper it's very helpful to reference it into the decisions that boards made going through the responses. Are there any comments, questions that board members want to raise at this stage? Okay, not seeing any flags raised. So thank you for that, Eileen. I think we found that helpful.
Thank you, Ian, and thank you, everyone. So the next agenda item that we'll be discussing is 8.2.3, and this is specific to the revenue project. Now, this agenda paper is sort of a second step or third step, if you will, of the overall discussion about an entity's obligations within a binding arrangement. And so we thought it would be useful to just go over quickly the key decisions that have led us to this point in the journey on obligations within binding arrangements. So there have been several key principle related decisions that the board has taken. And one of these is that the single accounting concept would be appropriate for all legally binding obligations in a revenue transaction with binding arrangements. Now, based on the analysis that was done in 2021, it was clear that this entity's obligation in a binding arrangement in revenue accounting is narrower than how it is in the conceptual framework. And this is because it's legally binding, not potentially non-legally binding as it is in the conceptual framework. It is used as a unit of account for revenue accounting for recognition and measurement of revenue. And it really does illustrate the promise to use resources in compliance with the terms of a binding arrangement. Now, the IPSASB had considered both the similarities as well as the differences between performance obligations as previously presented in ED 70, as well as present obligations as previously presented in ED 71, and had noted that while there are economic differences in the substance of these revenue types, the actual underlying concept is the same. And this is because the fundamental accounting principles are actually derived and driven by the enforceability of the binding arrangements from which they actually arise. Now, moving forward, that meant we would be combining these into the single concept, and staff and the drafting group have actually spent this quarter to go through quite a bit of draft guidance, which were attached as appendices to this agenda item that tried to really capture the narrative of the journey that the board has been on, moving from where they were at the start of these projects, where they landed with the EDs, and where we have landed now since reviewing ED responses. Now, two of the key decisions and instructions that came out of the December session, so the previous session, was one, to extend the existing ED 70 performance obligation definition to encompass the existing ED 71 present obligation definition and concept itself. The second was to tentatively adopt the term performance obligation subject to further review. And so today we wanted to kind of highlight the activities that the staff and the drafting group have done on these two decisions and instructions and the way forward that we are now proposing in the paper. Now, based on the discussions that staff and drafting group have had a few times over the last quarter, it was clear that it was a good decision to move forward with the IPSASB's approach to focus on a single concept in the accounting model for revenue with binding arrangements. And the reasons for this are outlined in the paper itself. But really, if we take a step back, it's about addressing constituent concerns. It's about focusing on the principles, improving the overall understandability and usability of the standards themselves, and also maintaining IFRS alignment where it is appropriate. These accomplishments, if you will, by proceeding with a single concept, are in alignment with some of the CAG member advice that we have received over time as well. And so it really does point to the right direction forward. And the staff and the drafting group are quite comfortable with doing so. Now, during these conversations, what became quite clear, though, is that the term performance obligation would not be a useful term to use moving forward. Part of that is because of CAG member advice from quite a few years ago, but has been quite fundamental, I think, for quite a few of the projects, is that when we try to use a term that is used in the IASB, we should mean the same thing. So use consistent terms when we mean the consistent meaning. And in this case, we do mean something different from the IFRS performance obligation. The second piece is the use of performance obligation may also cause more confusion given the journey that the IPSASB has been on in this revenue project. And therefore, overall, on balance, it does seem appropriate to move away from the term performance obligation. Now, we went through a few discussions with the drafting group members as well about what term this could possibly be. And based on these discussions and a vote with the drafting group members, we did note that a majority of drafting group members supported the use of the term compliance obligation. And this is for several reasons. First, the notion of compliance and the word compliance better captures the essence of the concept itself in revenue accounting with binding arrangements. And we expect that it will lead to more effective and understandable drafting in the final Ipsas. The notion of compliance is also not new. It did exist in ED 71, and it continues to be relevant based on the board's discussions on the comments from ED respondents to date. The entity's obligation in a binding arrangement is a legally binding arrangement to use resources in a specified manner, which means that they have to do so in compliance with the terms of a binding arrangement. And this is encompassed by both ED 70's performance obligations and ED 71's present obligations. End of the day, the entity needs to fulfill their obligations and make sure that they comply with what they have agreed to, or they have to face consequences of not doing so based on the enforceability within these binding arrangements. This new term, compliance obligation, will also help to consider the KEG member advice and also take a similar approach to how we tackled contracts from IFRS and how we then took on binding arrangements within the public sector context to make sure that we are bringing in these public sector considerations. Now, on this slide, what we've done is also presented the proposed definition for what we would now call compliance obligations. This is a buildup of the definition from ED 70 and also some of the thinking that was brought to the board in December 2021. And this definition has been reviewed with the drafting group a few times as well. And so this is the currently proposed draft definition that a compliance obligation is an entity's promise or series of promises in a binding arrangement to use resources in a specified manner. The promise to use resources in a specified manner may entail a transfer of good or service to a specific external party or parties, i.e. the purchaser or third-party beneficiary. As members may note, the structure of this definition is also similar to how we have structured the definition of a binding arrangement to clearly show that contracts are encompassed in a binding arrangement. And in this case, what was previously performance obligations as per IFRS 15 is also encompassed in this definition here. So overall, this paper had two recommendations from the staff and the drafting group. The first is to recommend that the IPSASB continue to proceed with using the single concept of an obligation in binding arrangements for revenue accounting purposes, and to additionally include any considerations for exchange types of transactions where necessary. And these were proposed in the appendix and have also been reviewed by the drafting group. The second recommendation is to formally agree to the use of the new term compliance obligation for binding arrangements arising from revenue transactions with binding arrangements. Now, before turning it over for board member comments, I think the one thing that staff did want to note here as just a gentle reminder for board members is, regardless of whether we go with compliance obligation, we think it's important that we try to pick a term today, because it would really help us in terms of moving forward on the other principle related decisions and the drafting that would actually be going into steps 3, 4, and 5 for the accounting model with binding arrangements in the revenue project. And this would really help us to make sure that we are starting to tie it all out together as a full accounting model, and therefore be able to make sure that it is a functioning model moving forward on a principal perspective. With that, I'll pass it over to Ian if there's any additional comments, and then happy to hear any other board comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Eileen, for walking us through that. So let's leave the discussion at this stage on the definition. Essentially, what we have are things that are obligations. So really, the question that we need to turn our minds to is the label that we put on those, which does need to be different from the terms present in the framework, because it's narrow, it's only legally rather than non-legally binding as in the framework for present obligations. And we can't use the term performance obligation because that is based on contract situations in IFRS 15, whereas we have extended the term contract to binding arrangements. So we need another descriptor of obligation, and essentially that's what we need to land on today. So staff proposal is that is compliance obligation. So with that framing, if I can have comments on that proposed terminology. Thank you. Lucy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Eileen, for the very helpful presentation. First, On the proposal to proceed with the approach of using a single concept, I concur in the staff and drafting group's recommendation, because this will because this is actually one of the main concerns of the constituents, is that while there may be different types of revenues, the key accounting principles are consistent. And therefore, it will be more appropriate or advantageous and user-oriented to present guidance on the accounting for revenue in a single Ipsas. I also believe that the proposal to use a different term, in this case, compliance obligation, for binding obligations arising from revenue transactions with binding arrangements, will aid the unclear distinction and difficulty in the application of the present terms, which is present obligation and performance obligation, which are presented in ED 71 and ED 70 respectively. However, I would like to suggest that instead of having a two-sentence definition of compliance obligation, I would like to suggest a simplified definition. And if I may state it.
We come back loosely to the definition. I just want to get the term straight at this stage. So I will take comments later on the definition. So if we can come back then to you, okay?
All right. So
Thanks.
I agree with the use of the term compliance obligation. Thank you.
Okay. So Camira, you're next.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Eileen. I do agree with the staff recommendation and also with the new term compliance obligation. I think it is the reasoning, the arguments are well explained in the agenda paper. The only thing that was not fully clear for me was the relationship between present obligation, compliance obligation, and performance obligation. What I understood from the reading is that we have first the present obligation, then the compliance obligation is a subset of the present obligation, and then performance obligation is a subset of compliance obligation. If this is correct, perhaps it would be useful to have a small diagram similar to the diagram we had for exposure draft 17 and 71, but we had two big circles where we had first present obligations and then performance obligations inside that, then just adding the third circle of compliance obligations so that people, when reading the paper, they can have a better understanding of the relationship between the three terms. Thanks.
Thanks, Camira. It's funny you should say that. I drew myself a Venn diagram with those circles to understand this first time round. Eileen, over to you.
Thanks, Ian, and thanks, Camira. I can definitely appreciate that given the journey the board has been on as well in this project. When we've talked about performance obligation, talked about present obligation, now we're introducing the term compliance obligation. It is helpful to really ground us in what we mean, what's encompassed, et cetera. I would say if we kind of step back, obviously we are moving away from using the terms present and performance obligation at all. And really what compliance obligation is trying to capture is, I would say, what present obligation would have been, except that we are now not trying to differentiate the subset that was performance obligation with its own unique term. We do have guidance in both the core and the AGs that will highlight certain considerations when you have these exchange type transactions. And so really when you think about really the population, if you will, with these Venn diagrams, it would just be one large circle that is compliance obligation, and it would have covered everything that present obligations and performance obligations would have been from the ED phase itself. So I think a diagram like that would definitely be helpful when we are issuing educational material that will go along with the publishment of the proposed Ipsas, just to kind of help communicate to constituents that have been with the board on this journey, on this project, of where the board has actually come and the journey that it's been on. The one thing I would say is what we've highlighted in the BCs will probably be a good input as well into how we create the diagram itself. But happy to also work together with you, Camira, to make sure we try to find a good illustration in the future that can help communicate what we're trying to say here.
I mean, I think it may even be that, and subject to confirmation from Ross, that actually we do include the diagram in the explanation in the basis for conclusions, because I think, you know, a number of, when people work more better visually, that may well help them just understand that, as well as the written explanation. Are we able to do that?
I think we can put whatever we want in the BCs, but I think let us work through it and come up with the diagram and see how helpful it is, because there is a risk of oversimplification and putting something in there, and then people start looking to that to help them guide the guidance. And I think we've moved to one term for a reason. I don't really think we want our constituents trying to determine whether they've got a performance obligation that's in their compliance obligation or not. So
yeah, no, I mean, I think Eileen made the point very well that we would be using this term and it would be defined in the standard and we would use it in the standard. I just think it may well be helpful in the way that you know, it's actually people understanding how it relates to the term used in present obligation in the framework and performance obligation in IFRS 15, and therefore how we've actually arrived at that decision. So let's take that away and see. Okay, so I've got Lynn, then David, then Lindy.
I noticed that David put his flag up in the discussion on diagrams, so I don't know if your points on that, you might want to take that first.
Do you want to just do that first then, David?
Thank you. I was going to thank Camira for her intervention, because I found that extremely helpful to understand how you were sort of working down from a wider concept to a slightly narrower concept, and then to the compliance obligation. And I do think that whether or not we use a diagram in the BCs or whatever, but I think that explanation has to be there somewhere, because if I find it helpful, I think our constituents would find it helpful as they start to, well, I should say use the standard. I know we're not quite there yet, but you know what I mean. Thank you.
Thanks, David. So Len, over to you now, and then to Lindy.
So I think it's really difficult, isn't it, to come up with a term that encapsulates everything. And as staff know, I wasn't that struck on compliance obligations, but I will go with, you know, the view. I think if we use compliance obligations, it is, however, really important. We've talked about a diagram, but actually in the text itself, where we talk about, you know, examples may include but aren't not limited to, and we do that in a couple of places in the text. We're not actually at the moment including those commercial exchange type transactions in those examples when we list them. And I think it's really important, if we're going to land this term, that where we use it in the authoritative text, in the standard, and in that we've got, you know, in the appendices to this paper, that we constantly have the commercial type examples when we list examples, so that it just reorientates the user that the scope of it does include performance obligations and IFRS 15 type transactions as well. And at the moment, the drafting doesn't quite do that. And, you know, for me, compliance obligations, it's quite a passive term, and it does include those active arrangements where it is the straight supply of goods and services to a purchaser. And I don't think the drafting is currently encapsulating that well enough.
Thanks, Lynn. Yeah, I think that's an important principle, because it is it's a sort of stretched version, if you like, in the same way that we've stretched contracts to binding arrangements for the public sector. Lindy, to you.
Thank you very much. So same reservations as Lynn on the term, but if we go with it, I do have some comments and suggestions on the definition and how to bring in both of that, but I think that's the second part, so I'll
yeah, that's the second part after the coffee break. Any other comments at this stage from members? Yeah, Murray.
Thank you. I completely agree to use the term compliance obligation. However, it is important to consider compliance obligation that is in relation with to the performance obligation and present obligation, because the compliance obligation is very fit for the public sector. However, public sector has stewardship and accountability. It's so great responsibility to the public. And so in relation with to the accountability and stewardship, we have to consider the definition of the compliance obligation seriously. So thank you.
Thank you, Murray. Yeah, so we will move on and discuss the definition, but I think what I'm hearing now is support for moving forward on the basis of that defined term, but the caution there that we need to make sure that it's very clear in the explanation in the basis for conclusions about how this relates to performance obligations and how it fits with the term present obligation as used in the framework, and particularly noting where we discuss the types of transactions included in the term, that we must ensure that those explanations are consistent with those in IFRS 15 or a public sector version thereof, so that we're absolutely crystal clear and people understand what this term actually does include. Lynn, final comments, and I'm going to break for coffee.
It's too early at this stage, isn't it, to think about SMCs and things like that. However, I do wonder if we ought to flag this as a potential SMC at this stage.
Yeah, okay. We'll because I think, I note the, the concerns as to whether it entirely captures, and I think, if somebody came up with a fantastic new term, we'd certainly be open to picking that one up. It has caused a fair amount of head scratching, so we work with that. Liang, we need to break at this stage. Are you on definition or?
Yes. Actually, thanks, Chair. Because you just say if anyone could think about some new words, so I just want to raise my thought. I totally agree that we should use a new term to replace the original one, to distinguish with the to distinguish from the performance obligation on the IFRS 15 or present obligation. But I still think that compliance obligation looks a bit too serious, or as just a Lin raised, that it looks like a passive word. It does not mean that the entity active do something. So I think maybe, or on the other hand, compliance maybe indicate that the entity have to comply with some law or some regulations or some conditions or some restriction, but it does not say that it should do something. So I'm thinking whether we should use a more neutral one. I have not thought have a good thought, but my initial thought.
Just at the crucial point. That's a cliffhanger, isn't it? I think so. Unless Leanne comes up with, we get her back with a better term, I think the decision is we go for now with compliance obligation. And we pick up on Lynn's suggestion that we do refer people to this because I do acknowledge the points that members are making, and staff have been through a similar discussion. So, you know, if somebody comes up with a better term, you know, but I think for now we go with compliance obligation. So with that, let's break here for 20 minutes and we'll come back at 10 past. Thank you, everyone. Thanks everyone for being back promptly. We're just waiting to see if we get Liang back before we move into discussion of the definition. Oh, you're back, Liang.
I'm back.
We had the cliffhanger here that we thought you were about to come through with an incisive new term for us, and then you disappeared just at that point in time.
Maybe my line is not so stable. Sorry for that. Yeah.
So were you going to make a suggestion at that stage, or was it just again emphasizing you wanted to sort of reflect on it? And over to you. Liang, did you want to make a suggestion or?
Oh, okay. I just yeah. I just think about whether we can some more neutral words. For example, undertaking obligation or maybe even a binding obligation, or which I think maybe compliance obligation is a bit too serious to me. Yeah, that's only my suggestion.
Okay, thanks, Liang. Ross.
Maybe just emphasize that we spent a lot of time on the staff side thinking through various different iterations and terms, and we have to say all of them were kind of lacking something. And I think we ended on compliance obligation as the best worst option, or the worst best option. It's not perfect, but we think that will work. But we do take that there are some points we'll need to clarify in the text to make sure people don't read the label and misinterpret its meaning.
I mean, I think if we go with compliance obligation, and as Lynn said, we should ask a specific matter for comment to highlight the new term, and use that as a way of just eliciting, any additional thoughts. I think that's probably the cleanest way, rather than just kind of keep going round the same question. I think we have established the reasoning for the new concept, and it's a something obligation, and we're calling it compliance obligation, and then we'll get comments back on that. Chris, are you on the terminology, or because I want to move on to discuss the definition?
Still on it. I wasn't opportune to hear much of what was being discussed because of my network problem. But when I read the discussions that the staff had with the task force on terminology change from performance obligation to compliance obligation, that sounded well to me, because I believe that we should always be conscious of the fact that we are producing guidance for the public sector, and the objective of the public sector are far wider than the objective of the private sector. So, especially because of the multifaceted fiduciary relationships that exist in the public sector, the word compliance, for me, sits well in the public sector. So I would go for that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Okay, so I think we've got the decision on that in terms of the label. Now, Eileen, perhaps if you can, sorry, I was looking at the wrong screen. So if I can take comments on the definition. I'm not proposing that we wordsmith this in session, but I just want to collect any comments that members have got for staff to take away and work on with the drafting group. So their comments at this stage. I think, Lindy, you were first on the draw, and then followed by Lynn, and then I've got Lucy.
Thank you very much. Bear with me. It could take me a while to get to my point. I think just looking at what we have, I think the concept of using a resource in a specific manner, I think it's going to be quite difficult to break it up and identify what are the different things that I need to use it in a specific manner. And I think that might give some practical challenges. And I think at the end of the day, when you are given money where it is a present obligation, if you have to use it in a specific way, you're going to use it on goods and services. And I was wondering if actually we should still keep that concept of goods and services and trying to identify the distinct goods and services that you either have to transfer or you have to use the resources on. Because I think that would then help with kind of how you would then apply the rest of the standard. So something like it's a promise to use the resources on or to transfer distinct goods and services. I think that's going to really help keeping the link to IFRS 15, as well as identifying, where you are given something and you have to construct a specific asset or you have to go do goods and vaccines, for example, then it helps you specifically clarify what that use means, and it's using it on goods or deliver a service. And I think, let me stop there.
Thanks, Lindy. So I go to Lynn, and then to Lucy, and then Adrian.
Yeah, so having just heard what Lindy said, I do have a bit of sympathy there, because use resources in a specified manner is one type, to my mind, of compliance obligations. So I think if you are going to stick with that bit, then you need, again, in the examples and the things that follow, you need real early clarity that includes straight supply and purchase of goods and services, because it doesn't absolutely capture that easily. My comment there was on the second sentence, and when I saw external party, whilst I understand from discussions with staff that is intended to mean external to the reporting entity, when I had read it as external party to the binding arrangement. And so I think that's a real confusion in my mind there. So I actually think you could get around that by deleting the word external in this second sentence. Just would be perhaps the simplest way around that for me. But I do think, and I've had this discussion with Eileen, I think every time external party is used in the drafting, you need to be very careful, because I had read it as external to the binding arrangement, not external to the reporting entity.
Thanks, Lynn. That's helpful. So Lucy, and then Adrian.
Yes, Chair. As I have been mentioning earlier, I suggest that instead of having a two-sentence definition of compliance obligation, maybe we can define it as an entity's distinct promise, because we have to be specific that it has to be a distinct promise or a series of distinct promises in a binding arrangement to use resources in a specified manner, which may entail a transfer of a good or service to a specified party. I also agree with the comment of Lynn that maybe we can delete the word external. So that is my suggested definition. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. So just carrying on round collecting comments from members. So I've got Hervé, Adrian, and then Nima.
Thank you. I'm not too uncomfortable with the definition, well, provided that it replaces other definitions, not adds to other definitions. So that's the first point. The second, I would have also commented the same as Lynn to delete the external. In the end, I'm not too comfortable with the compliance, because compliance could refer to the inner legal background of the contract. The law of the contract could also refer to a broader legal scope that is external to the contract. And when I read the proposal by the staff, I thought that execution obligation would be a more simpler way to define that, given the definition that is proposed.
Thanks, Adrian. Nima?
Thank you, Ian. From the practical point of view, when we read compliance obligation, and then we jumped to our environmental issues, ISO 14001, it's defining that. So I find it in a way, the definition to be okay. So we are talking about compliance in a binding arrangement. So thinking, because then we are talking about the manner as stated in the binding arrangement, then we should be able to say that we are using the resources not in a specified manner as such, but somewhere as required in that particular arrangement, so that we are clear that this is how it should be used, and we have no doubt as to give them a room to say, this is what we want.
Thanks, Nima. Any other comments at this stage? Renee?
Yes, thank you. I support what Nima just said. This is a really good clarification. On the second sentence, I hesitate about removing external. I think I understand it, but just a straight removal may not be sufficient. Could we refer to third party? We've used third party before, I think. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. I think, this is where we, as I say, I'm just collecting comments at the moment, because I think this is very much a sort of cold towel around the head. Staff need to take this away and work on this. So literally at the moment, just collecting comments and thoughts. David, and then back to Lynn.
Thank you, Chair. I would support Nima's comment, actually, to change specified manner to make it more in accordance with the binding arrangement or something like that, to really tie it in.
Thanks. Yeah, I think this conversation is sort of eliciting some of the key anchor points for members, if I can call them those. So, I think that's helpful. Lynn?
I guess it was just to come back on, I don't think you could go to third party only in that second sentence, because the transfer could be back to the other party in the binding arrangement. You could be a straight sale and purchase transaction that should be encompassed here. So I don't think you could just go with third party.
I think this exemplifies the difficulty of both picking a label and then actually defining what that label means. But I think those are all good points. Over Adrian.
Just to say, could we just make it simple and say to use the sources as agreed, because we refer to the arrangement?
I agree with you. I think simple is good. We're at that stage of collecting the ideas that need to be included and then expressing them as clearly as possible. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Eileen, I think that's given you plenty to think about. I think, obviously take those away. We'll get drafting input, group input to them. And you may even want to sort of have a couple of options to bring back or something like that. See what works on that. Okay, so move us on.
Thanks, Ian, and thanks, members, for your comments. Definitely a lot to think about. And I think, if anything, the discussion really highlighted how challenging it is really to pick a term that makes sense, that sits right, and then also to define it appropriately. Now, we are pivoting the discussion a little bit with this next agenda paper, which is 8.2.4, which is about measurement specifically. Similar to the last agenda item, this is a continuity of some of the discussions we've had already in 2021. And so we'll be setting a bit of that up before we lead into the full analysis that's presented in the paper and the subsequent discussion that we'd like to have. Now, this topic itself impacts both the revenue project as well as the transfer expense project. And it stems from some of the earlier discussions the IPSASB had on enforceability of a binding arrangement and what we mean by enforceability and how we assess enforceability. Now, some of these past IPSASB decisions have been very clear to assess that when identifying the mechanisms in an arrangement and considering them, it's really about determining whether the entity has the ability to enforce through legal or equivalent means the terms that are in the binding arrangement and to hold the parties in the arrangement accountable to fulfilling their obligations in that binding arrangement. Now, as the board previously discussed, this assessment occurs at inception. And when any significant external changes occur that may indicate that there's a change in the entity's ability to enforce their binding arrangement in that manner. Now, by determining whether or not it has the ability to enforce, the entity is then able to identify the actual substance of the arrangement that it has entered into in good faith with the other parties in the arrangement. And this also then determines what the applicable accounting model would be under the two proposed IPSAS, either without a binding arrangement or with a binding arrangement. Now, during that discussion, the board did note that uncertainty of enforcement is a measurement issue and to request staff to conduct further assessment and propose guidance related to this. And this is the purpose of this agenda paper today. Now, the uncertainty of enforcement is really about an entity's intention, i.e. the entity's choice to exercise the ability that it has to enforce the terms of its arrangement. Now, this may occur at any time after initial inception of the arrangement, i.e. any time after time zero. Now, this subsequent intention doesn't actually change the substance of the arrangement itself, but rather it may indicate that a subsequent remeasurement may need to occur for any assets that have been recognized by the reporting entity. And this is based on if the decision is not likely to be reversed. Now, we did present two scenarios in the paper. They are simplified scenarios just to help illustrate what we would mean by remeasurement of whatever asset that reporting entity has. And we'd be happy to go into that if it would provide some additional clarity. But mainly what we wanted to showcase here is that on the accounting side, it really is about subsequent remeasurement. Now, the other point we wanted to highlight both in the paper and as well as the presentation today is that there is a broader PFM perspective here as well. Now, the purpose and intention of enforceable transactions in the public sector, private sector, really with any arrangements between parties, is to allow the parties in that arrangement to ensure that there are specific objectives being met and achieved. And having enforcement mechanisms, whether through legal or equivalent means, really ensures that an entity is able to be held accountable and hold the other parties accountable to achieving the terms and conditions of the arrangement. This overall facilitates stronger public financial management, and public sector entities would generally be entering binding arrangements with the intention of holding each other accountable to the agreed upon terms that they have sat down, drawn together in their legal agreements. This is overall going to allow them to ensure that they are able to have the ability to enforce and do so accordingly. Now, appropriate reporting and disclosing information related to these arrangements will ensure that public sector entities are able to be transparent with their constituents. And so as we did this analysis, we really did acknowledge that while entities do have the ability, they may not intend or choose to exercise the ability for a medley of reasons and factors, whether that's the relationship with the other parties in the arrangement, jurisdictional considerations, or other specific circumstances. And so there is professional judgment that would be required for the reporting entity as they consider the facts and circumstances of their transaction through the life of the transaction and the arrangement itself. Now, what we have done is we proposed specific guidance in the paper itself. And just as a quick reminder, the draft revenue and transfer expense IPSAs both already include core text and AGs that highlight the entity's assessment on the ability to enforce its arrangement at inception. And this guidance is based on the prior board decisions and have been reviewed by the drafting group for revenue and transfer expense projects over the last few months. What we've proposed in this paper to clarify on the uncertainty of enforcing is to add an IG, so an implementation guidance, which is non-authoritative guidance, that will help entities to better understand these accounting implications of any intentions after inception to not exercise its ability to enforce its binding arrangement. And this proposed IG is in paragraph 8 of the paper. Staff are also proposing that we clarify some of the existing basis for conclusions that an entity's subsequent intention to exercise is also important to consider from an accountability perspective, important for PFM overall. So I'll pause here, and I'm happy to hear any member comments on the two recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks, Eileen. So open for comments from board members on the two recommendations from staff. Nima, presumably you're not still in, that's from previous time round. Okay. So I've got Hervé, Adrian, and then Camira.
Thank you. I won't go back to the previous discussions we've had on the ability, capability, etc., capacity. But what I understand of this paper is that we need to address the issue of the subsequent exercise of the ability of the parties. I don't understand why we focus so much on the intention, because there could be other situations that lower the probability that this ability will be exercised. So we could refer better to a broader view of the subsequent events that are probable or improbable exercise of the ability to enforce the arrangement. So intention is too narrow for me. It is one of the possible situations, but it could also be other external factors that prevent the party to exercise its ability to enforce the arrangement.
Okay, thanks for that. I'll take Camira next before going back to staff.
Thanks, Chair. And a bit in line with the comment of Hervé, Adrian. Specifically in paragraph 8, when reading it, it's clear for me the idea that at inception we ignore the intentions of the reporting entity. We are objective in terms of saying that, okay, if the entity has the ability to enforce the binding arrangement, then so that is the priority, right? But then for subsequent measurement, then the role of the intention is not clear. What is the influence? So perhaps we should keep consistency and try to remain objective, because intentions are too volatile. And in the specific case of a reporting entity that at the inception they are able to enforce the binding arrangement, but they do not have any intention to do that, how would a change in that intention affect the subsequent measurement? Because, or what if there have no, at the end their intention doesn't change, then will that have an accounting impact? So that was not very clear for me. Thanks.
Ross, did you want to jump in? I was going to go back to Eileen at that point anyway, but Ross.
I just had, Camira made a comment that kind of triggered a thought for me, and I think it might get lost in the discussion here, is if you have to think about entering into the arrangement itself, and that both parties enter it with good intentions on day one. So you would assume if you have an enforceable arrangement, then the intention when you sign it is that you're going to enforce it. Or you don't have an enforceable arrangement. If you don't have an enforceable arrangement, you're already in the non-binding arrangement accounting. So I think that's a key part of the discussion up front. Then after you sign the arrangement, if you find for some reason your intentions change and you're no longer planning to enforce it after time zero, that's a PFM decision, because that's your own internal decision to not enforce a binding arrangement that you have. And that should be reflected in how you measure your revenue, if for some reason you're not holding the other party to account. And that's the difference between the external changes and those internal to you from a PFM perspective, that you want that party to show those internal decisions that it's made and that be reflected in the financial statements, because that's something they can control.
Thanks, Ross. So if I can go to Lindy and then to Todd.
Thank you. So I don't disagree. I think then you don't have a binding arrangement. I just wonder if this is rather something, because it deals with subsequent measurement and potentially of any receivables that you have, if it should rather be in the BC, because then you're in a different standard in any case. So I don't know if it's an IG rather than a BC. Thanks.
Sorry, just to follow that up. So where would you see it being dealt with then, Lindy?
Because then it's really around Ipsas 41 and impairment, isn't it? Because then you don't have a receivable anymore, if I understand.
Okay, I'll take Todd and then I'll go back to staff at that stage. Todd.
Thanks, Ian. And I think I put my hand up before Ross spoke, and I would just want to reinforce what Ross said. I think it's really important that we are clear for our constituents that if there isn't any intention in entering into an agreement to enforce it, then we're really in a situation without a binding arrangement, I think. So Ross put it very well, and I think it's important that that is captured within the standard or application guidance somewhere.
Thanks, Todd. Renee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I am struggling with this at inception versus subsequent measurement. Something in Eileen's presentation originally, one of the goals at inception is to assess the substance of the transaction. So the difference between substance and the legal form of a transaction is I think what we mean here. And usually it's intentions or additional facts and circumstances surrounding the legal terms of an arrangement that helps assess if there is a different substance. We normally start from the point that the legal form equals the substance. So maybe that's what you're getting at here with the good intentions, as Ross clarified. So if we mean that intention to enforce is implied at inception, I think that's what we mean. That would need to come out better, I think, in the guidance. And the other point I want to make, I'm losing my train of thought here. Yes, there was a second point I wanted to make. It'll come back. I'll let you know. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Renee. So I think what I'm hearing is that members, can support the principle, but it needs to be more clearly expressed, and probably Ross's point was, and I heard support for that point, that if we anchor it back in the legally enforceable binding arrangement, that's either you have a legally enforceable binding arrangement or you don't when you enter into the original agreement. Then the question is, and so you need to work out what the accounting for that agreement should be. Then if it is not enforced, that's the second issue, and that could happen, like the next day or something. So we need to be clear that, it's at the point that you originally signed the agreement, that is, the way I would account for that. And then if I don't subsequently, enforce it, that's the issue that we're dealing with here and how we would then do it. I think there's a third step in this, which is Lindy's point, which is actually then in actually reflecting that, where would I go for guidance if we've already provided that guidance elsewhere? Then we need to be clear on that. So evidently my summary hasn't clarified things for people because I've got flags up. Thomas first, and then I'll go back to Renee and then to Adrian.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. I think the CAC has discussed this aspect of enforceability as well, and I think struggled with the intention perspective as well. Just to clarify and to kind of make clear, building on what Camira said and then reacting to what Renee said, Camira misunderstood in my view that at the beginning, kind of it's only an objective criteria of the ability. Intention doesn't play a role. And Renee, I think, clarified, I think it's the opposite. At the beginning, I think it's assumed that the intention is there, but there might be a change later on in the intention, and that has to be clarified very clearly. That at the beginning, when entering into the arrangement, there's the ability and the intention. Therefore, it's a binding arrangement. It might change over time that the intention is no longer there, and then I think we have to react on that.
Okay, thanks, Thomas. Renee, back to you.
Yes, so that's my second thought that came back as I heard you, Mr. Chair, articulate. It seems like we're being overly complex because subsequent measurement, as you stated, could be the day after. So practically speaking, the day after is inception. So I'm wondering if we're splitting air between inception and subsequent. If I step back, I need to assess the job I need to do is to assess the substance. And there are facts and circumstances surrounding my transaction and my intention. And I have a hard time in my mind distinguishing between those two timing because they could essentially be kind of very close to each other. And that's the point I wanted to make. I feel we may be overly too complex.
I think what we need to hold on to is this point that I've entered into a binding arrangement, and that's what we need to account for initially. That's what we're being held to account for. Then you go to the point that if I don't actually enforce that contract, that has consequences. Essentially, there is a cost to that. And it's that cost of not enforcing the agreement, which is the PFM point that Eileen was making. So I think we need to hold on to this. It is a legally enforceable binding arrangement. That's what we're talking about here. We need to then, at the point that you do that, you then determine what the accounting would be for on the basis of that arrangement. If you don't enforce it subsequently, whenever that might be, that is where you need to remeasure. And that might be between the date I signed the contract and the balance sheet date, or it might be in a subsequent accounting period. But the point is, I account for it at the point I sign the arrangement, and then if I don't enforce it, that is subsequent, whenever subsequent is. So I think that's really all we're saying here, frankly.
From a drafting group discussion with one of the users of the standards that gave us a scenario that they were struggling with in thinking about the guidance. So in their situation, they deal with sovereign governments as an international organization that provide funding arrangements that are legally binding. However, sometimes down the line, those arrangements signed by one government, the government might change, and that government might decide to do something different. So they were asking whether, because they're dealing with sovereign governments, are those enforceable binding arrangements from the get-go? Because the government might change, they might not be able to enforce it. So the questioning we asked was, well, when they sign those arrangements, are they legal arrangements? Do they agree to the terms in good confidence, in good meaning that they're both planning to fulfill them. They said, of course, but we can't control what might happen down the line. We might not have the ability to enforce in the future. And then that's where we landed on this, that, well, what you have to give is the guidance to help people deal with the situation where they signed a binding legally enforceable arrangement on day one, but circumstances change down the line and they have to deal with that. And, you know, and in this change of government situation, which happens, it's rare. So when they talked about the scope of their transactions, it's, you know, it's the exception, not the rule, but we need to give the ability to do that. So I think we need to focus on that aspect of it, and that's where it's coming from. So I don't think there's any doubt at the inception of the transaction that you need to assess whether you have an enforceable arrangement. You need to make that call on day one, and you need to account for it as if you do or you don't. And then you need to monitor over time how things develop and whether or not there's a change, and that's reflected in measurement.
Thanks, Ross. I'm not sure which order the flags came up in, actually, so I might just walk around the table. So if I go to Lindy, Evie, Adrian, and then Lynn.
Thank you. So we're looking at both from a revenue and an expense side. So if it's revenue and I get money and I'm not going to do anything, then the other party enforces its rights. And if I don't get any money up front and I don't do anything, I don't have any, you know, I've changed my intention not to do anything, but then there's consequences in terms of the binding arrangement. It's only when I've done something and there's a receivable. And on the other side, if I've transferred money and I have no intention of enforcing my rights, then I just expense it. So I think it's the thing is critical is if I have a binding arrangement or not.
Thanks, Lindy. Evie, Adrian, and then Lynn.
Well, my point was about putting so much weight on the intention of the party. Of course, if anything changes in the course of the execution of the binding arrangement, of course, there will be consequences, measurement consequences, either for the provider or the receiver, okay? But it also an intention not to execute and force the arrangement is rather volatile. I mean, the volatility of those decisions is also something that I wanted to point at. That is why I referred to the probability that the arrangement would be enforced or not. At the time, for instance, taking the example that was brought forward by Ross, a change in the government. The new government decided not to enforce an arrangement made by any party. Okay, but it could happen at the same time, on the very same day, that citizens bring the government to court to have the arrangement be enforced. It could happen. I can tell you in my country it would happen. So at the same time, on the same day, measurement would be different based on the probability that government will lose the case. So this is why the intention for me is not the trigger of, is not always, could be, but not always the trigger of the measuring consequences. Is why I referred to, usual standards for measurement of assets and liabilities, rather than putting so much weight on the intention of one of the parties to enforce the arrangement.
Thanks, Evie, Adrian. Lynn.
So I agree entirely with that. I was just wanting to make sure we are all on the same page, because when I look at the definition of a binding arrangement that we have debated at length and we have landed, it absolutely does not talk about intention, nor do I believe it should talk about intention. So I think we ought to be really clear about that. The existence of a binding arrangement is not conditional on intention. I think we then, at that point, assuming it's not onerous, I'm sure we're a big bugbear of mine, but yeah, let's assume that it's not an onerous binding arrangement and nobody's executed. There's nothing to recognise at that point, is there? You only start recognising income, expenditure, assets and liabilities when you start implementing the binding arrangement. And as you start implementing, you might then have a binding arrangement asset or liability at a point in time as you start to implement. And at that point in time, you need to decide your best measurement and estimation of that, which then takes into account lots of different things around probability, around intention, around ability to pay and discharge obligations. So, but in the conversation, I think a few times it's been said to have a binding arrangement, you have to intend to enforce. That's not what the definition says, and nor do I think it should say that. I think we've got it right in definition terms.
Thanks, Lynn. So, I mean, I would reflect, I had got to exactly the same place as you did, that intention was what was causing us the problem here. And essentially, I wonder whether there isn't a way through that actually explains this in a sense in the same sort of language as we might discuss an impairment. And I think we just need to, as you say, step away from the use of the term intention, because you do sign, you do go enter into the binding arrangement. That needs to be accounted for on the basis of what the arrangement actually says, and then you reassess accordingly, depending on whatever the facts and circumstances are at the reporting date. And there may be a consequence in terms of a cost or a gain, depending on which side of the transaction you are and what the circumstances are. But I think we need to move away from intention. Eileen, I just wondered if you wanted to make any other comment, and then I'll go to David.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, members, for all the comments, because I think, if anything, it has highlighted a bit of the struggle that staff had as well on thinking and talking through this topic, because ability really is the key piece in, is it a binding arrangement? What is the substance of the arrangement, and how the accounting principles are then driven by that decision? And the reason why we also propose the IG, as Lindy was initially asking, is this more of a BC? We tinker with that as well. And part of it is because when you think about what we're really trying to say here, it's about situating these potential scenarios, while potentially rare, in the context of the principles we've already set out, where you have binding arrangements that are enforceable through legal or equivalent means. And I think the key takeaway I have here from member comments is we're not in the wrong direction. It's more about what refinements can we make to the guidance that we're trying to draft, and where do we situate it in the non-authoritative guidance to make sure that we are clear about what we mean here and how there are these implications on subsequent measurement that do not take away from your initial assessment of the ability to enforce your arrangement, but to just highlight the potential accounting implications on the measurement perspective. So definitely a lot of great comments for us to think about. So big thanks to members for that. And if there's any drafting suggestions that members do have, happy to take them offline for us to consider moving forward.
Thanks, Eileen. David, and then Todd, and then I'm going to move us on.
Thank you, Chair. Listening to sort of the latter part of the discussions, which I thought were quite interesting, I wonder it's sort of to move away from this idea of intention. It's actually a change in ability. Because I think it's right that at the start, when you're signing a binding arrangement, the ability to enforce is there, and if you want to use the word, the intention is there. Something might happen later, and it could be external to you, the change in government, or it could be your own internal processes that change. So the ability to enforce has changed for some reason or another. And I think that if we looked at it in that way, it might sort of link in still perhaps with the Lynn's point about the definition of the binding arrangement. I throw it in as something that staff might consider as they take it forward.
Eileen, before I go to Todd.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, David. This actually reminds me of the conversation we actually had in, I want to say June 2021, when we first talked about ability. And I think this is actually what brought up the additional guidance we put in our authoritative guidance, that the assessment on ability happens at inception, and when there is a significant change that indicates you can no longer legally or equivalent to legally enforce your arrangement. And I think at that point, it is actually still a change in substance. Now, there are obviously subsequent measurement considerations there as well, but in that case, I would say there is a change in the substance of the arrangement itself. I know when we talked about that too, it really seemed like a really rare case, like a 0.1% potentially of transactions. And so I think the principle has been built in. I think here it's really about if management might consider other external factors, for example, the relationship with the other parties in the arrangement, to determine that, yes, I might still be able to legally enforce it if I really want to take them to court, arbitration, whatever it might be. But for the sake of whatever other reasons, I might not do so anymore. That still results in impairment, but it doesn't necessarily change the substance of the arrangement. So I think my takeaway here is still make sure we have the guidance right. But I think in terms of the principles around changes in ability, that is built in already to the guidance we've drafted so far.
I think we're starting to get to diminishing marginal returns. I don't want to take many more comments. I think we're going to need to see this back. I think the point is that there is a distinction between external and internal. External is a change in the circumstances that would, might not allow you to enforce. Internal is a change in management's intent. Either can have an impact, but I think we need to be clear on what that is. So the external, I think, would go to the ability point that David made. The internal is a management decision that you're changing, or you're going to take the staff away and you're not going to check that, or whatever. So let's think, around those, a distinction between those two circumstances, and also go back to the original definition of what a legally enforceable binding arrangement actually is, and very consciously use the language of that. Now, I'm going to take comments from Todd and Patricia, but I do not want to go back around this. So I'm only looking for anything additional that hasn't already been said.
Thanks, Ian. I agree that the whole thing here hinges on how we have defined a binding arrangement. And just reflecting on some of the conversation, I wonder whether a lot of this discussion that we've been having is because people are thinking about specific situations that they've come across where things may be dressed up to look like a binding arrangement because something's written down on a piece of paper, but in reality, it's not a binding arrangement. And I was just sitting here reflecting and wondering, maybe in some of our non-authoritative material, maybe illustrative examples or something, we can draw this out that, just because you got something in writing doesn't make it a binding arrangement. So maybe, again, just something for us to reflect on, and maybe staff can think about some examples.
Thanks, Todd. Patricia.
Thank you. I agree that, I think it's necessary to evaluate if in this section it's a binding arrangement. But I think the mechanism make the entity to decide to choose to enforce the other parts. I think it's necessary to understand the consequence, not only in relation to the entity doesn't have any doesn't have assets, but normally the entity doesn't have assets, consider the expense, but need to consider some other obligations. There are penalties in relation to the there are penalties in the binding arrangement. The decision is based on what occur if the entity decide not to not to sorry, not to enforce. I think the mechanism in the environment indicates if the probability the entity to enforce or not to enforce too.
Thanks, Patricia. Eileen, anything to add at all?
Not too much else to add. Thanks, Todd and Patricia, for your comments. I think some of the points you guys highlighted are things that we sort of touched on as well last year. So I think it's a matter of making sure that these considerations are being captured already in our authoritative text. And as Todd mentioned, this is where we have the benefit of leveraging what we do in the non-authoritative text to make sure we draw out some of these considerations. And I think end of the day, it still comes down to the mechanisms in the binding arrangement are what show you if you have the ability to enforce and whether you meet the definition of a binding arrangement that we have very clearly outlined at this point in the project and in the proposed Ipsas. It's really a matter of these subsequent things, whether external or internal, that may impact your measurement aspect, but does not necessarily change the substance of your arrangement. So thankful for all the commentary here, and we'll definitely take that away and see what we could do to refine the non-authoritative guidance, whether through BCs, refining the IG we've already proposed, to make it clear this is not all-inclusive, it's a consideration, and it impacts the measurement side.
Okay, thanks, Eileen. So I think with that, we move on to the next item, which is Paul.
Hello, everybody. So we're now moving on to transfer expenses. And the first item we're looking at is agenda item 8.2.5, which is looking at the timing and recognition of monitoring arrangements. So in December, the December 2001 meeting presented draft text covering the timing of recognition for transfer arrangements with binding arrangements and the associated monitoring arrangements. Following feedback from the drafting group, we've now revised that text so that we set out the principle. That principle is that at the end of the reporting period, the transfer provider should be able to reliably measure the performance by the transfer recipient to that point. The advice we got from the drafting group was that the text that we presented in December could be over-prescriptive and impose requirements that don't reflect how organizations, particularly those organizations with large volumes of transfer expenses manage their binding arrangements. So we're now expecting any examples to be provided in non-authoritative text rather than in authoritative text, as was the case in December. And it will need to be emphasized that examples are not recommended practice, they're just examples, and that the approach that an entity would take would need to reflect its own circumstances, would need to be appropriate for the entity's binding arrangements. And the aim of the monitoring requirements is to ensure that at the reporting date, entities can measure the expenses to be recognized in the period and any asset or liability to be recognized at the reporting date. So what we're looking for is monitoring arrangements appropriate to the binding arrangement that allow you to measure both the expenses in the period and any assets or liabilities recognized at the reporting date. So moving on to the next slide. Where the transfer rights, the issue around monitoring really occurs where transfer rights are extinguished over time. And the point is that where transfer rights are extinguished over time, monitoring should allow this to be measured. There will be cases perhaps where that's not possible, and what we were talking about in the previous paper may affect that, but where it's not possible, draft text presented to the IPSASB in December 2021 proposed treating such transfer rights as being satisfied at a point in time, and if the transfer provider could not determine the point at which a transfer right is extinguished, so you couldn't do the point in time determination, then you would treat that transfer right as impaired. And that was in line with the IPSASB's instruction in September 2021. December, some members questioned whether that impairment approach was appropriate. And staff has had a look at that again and concluded that actually directing people to the impairment standards would not be appropriate because there may be no asset to impair. So, for example, if the transfer recipient's performance occurs before the transfer provider has transferred any cash, then there wouldn't be any asset for the transfer provider to impair. So the revised proposal is that transfer provider will recognize an expense, a transfer expense, if the transfer provider cannot measure progress either towards full extinguishment of the transfer right over time, and it cannot determine the point at which the right is extinguished. So if you can't measure it over time, you can't determine the point at which the right will be extinguished, then you recognize an expense immediately. And that would be the case whether you've already transferred the cash or not. And that just brings us to the recommendation. So first of all, staff are recommending that the revised drafting of the transfer expenses with binding arrangements model in respect of this timing and monitoring is adopted. And we may need to revisit that based on what comes out of the Eileen's analysis from the previous paper. We may need to make some tweaks to the wording to reflect anything that come out of that discussion about enforceability. But we're also recommending that there are proposed disclosure requirements where you can't measure that performance over time or at a point in time, that needs to be disclosed, and the reasons why you can't make that determination should also be disclosed, because clearly if you're not able to monitor whether the other party is undertaking the activities or doing the transfers that they committed to and that you're paying for, then that's clearly got PFM issues. So it's important to disclose that as a sort of emphasize those PFM issues. So over to you, Chair, for any comments.
So perhaps, Paul, if we can split the discussion and discuss the proposed drafting and then pick up the disclosure requirements later. So if we can address the question in A first, and I take member comments on that. Yeah, Patricia.
And thank you. For me, it's not clear the reason why the transfer cannot measure progress. The transfer provider cannot measure progress and determine the point at which the transfer right is extinguished. If it's a consequence of how the arrangement was established, I think it's a question of if there is or not a binding arrangement. But if it's a decision for entity does not to enforce, I think this treatment is similar of revenue side. Because of this, I disagree with the proposition. Or I think it's necessary to clarify how the binding arrangement can clearly determine the obligation, and the entity cannot to measure progress. For me, it's not clear how this can occur.
Thank you, Patricia. So if I go to Liang next.
Thanks, Chair. I'm quite struggle about the accounting when the progress cannot be measured reliably. I think in the case when the resources has not been transferred out, actually there is no, what is the loss? Actually, it seems nothing to lose. Or maybe we can think in this way. If the progress can be reliably measured, we only recognize part of the expense. But when the progress cannot be reliably measured, we actually have to recognize all the expense. Is it too early, or is it too prudent for us to recognize all the expense at this moment? For the double entry to be proposed, actually the other side of the double entry is liability. I'm thinking at this moment whether it meets the definition of a liability, or whether it meets the recognition criteria to recognize the liability. So I'm quite struggle on this accounting. Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. I'll take Lynn next, and then I'll go back to Paul.
So I struggled with the drafting on this. I found the drafting quite confusing in places. So it talks about, first of all, I don't know if it uses obligation singular, not multiple obligations. So when I've got something that's going to be delivered over time, I'm not clear if I've got multiple obligations or singular obligations. That was one point in the drafting. We then go to this, well, I can't reliably measure, so I've got to recognize an expense immediately, but it doesn't help me determine how much that expense I have to recognize immediately. Is that the entire expense under the entire binding arrangement, or is it what I think the expense is based on what I think they might have delivered to date in terms of the other party? Well, if I've got an understanding of what I think they might have delivered to date, then is that the same as performance monitoring or not? So I got myself quite confused about, if I'm not monitoring their performance, but I think they've done something, have I got to recognize 100% of my entire expense under the agreement immediately? It's not clear to me if that is what we're saying. And if they have, and if I don't know if they've done something or not, I don't recognize anything. So it just all felt a bit circular and confused in the drafting. It lacked the clarity of what I think it needs to help our constituents.
Thanks, Lynn. I mean, I think there's a general theme here that members are struggling with the drafting, even if English is their native language, let alone if they're trying to deal with it as a second language. Paul, is there any points you want to pick up on from what you've heard before I take comments from Nima and from Lindy?
No, I think take some more extra comments, and then we'll come back and try and pick them all up afterwards.
Okay, so I've got Nima, then Lindy, then Kamira.
Thank you, Ian. I've been reading this in line with the requirement 8.10 of the GFIS manual, time of recording. And okay, maybe because of that, I found that to be in line, because when we're looking at the GFIS manual, we are saying that transactions are recorded at the time economic value is created, transformed, exchanged, transferred, or extinguished, which is what we are doing like at the moment in Tanzania. So I thought monitoring requirements, therefore, will be specifically when you know what is it that required. Maybe you have the specific outputs which you expect. And when we cannot measure progress reliably, I picked the example of the cases where we have these early pregnancies for young girls, and therefore the government will give various funds to various NGOs, and they will not be able to measure the progress specifically, but after a certain period of time, there will be reports quarterly, and automatically the government will use that in accordance with the GFIS manual to say that at this particular point, this will be the time of recording from impress to expense. So I've been looking at those two together. Thank you.
Thanks, Nima. I think that's very helpful to relate it to practical situations, and it might be good to share that with staff, actually, if you wouldn't mind. It's useful to have that fact pattern. Go to Lindy next, and then Kamira, and then Mike.
Thank you very much. So I agree with the accounting consequences. But I think if you can no longer monitor or measure, you can't enforce. So I think it links back to the previous discussion, because you would have a binding arrangement asset, which you can no longer enforce, and that's a subsequent measurement and new expenses. So I think it should tie up with the previous discussion. So I don't know if it's about monitoring so much as the enforceability of it.
Thanks, Cindy. I'll go to Kamira next, and then to Mike.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Paul. I personally found it quite understandable, the writing. I found it very good, the guidance, and clear for those cases in which actually entities are unable to monitor the progress towards the fulfillment of the performance of the obligations, right? And also it was clear for, maybe it's, I just noticed it from the comments of the other colleagues, maybe it was not clear when is the time of registering the expense. But for me, when reading it, I had no problem, because usually it's by the earliest time is at the moment in which the transfer provider transfer the resources to the transfer recipient, perhaps just writing it for more clarity. But for me, it was well written and understandable. Thanks.
Thanks, Kamira. So go to Mike. Lynn, are you then still in? Okay.
So thank you. I just wanted to underline what Nima said and to provide you with some additional background, because our experience often when funds are provided to international organizations and they're used for, or tend to be used for a certain specific measure. And those measures or activities that happen in regions, in countries with volatile security or health situations, and where in fact you can't measure them every year, for example, or due to COVID, there are no external partners or companies, audit companies, which could provide you yearly with a validation report. And then you've got to wait, and then maybe 2 or 3 years, and then you get your verification on that. So I totally agree on what Nima said, that really is in line with our experience.
Thanks, Mike. I mean, I do think this is, this is a challenging project, I think, because we haven't had guidance before, and in some cases it's difficult to really get to those fact patterns. So I think it's really helpful having these practical examples played in. Lynn.
Yeah, just picking up on Kamira's point first, I think it's clear to me as drafted, when you've transferred resources and you're not measuring, and you recognise the value of the resources transferred as an expense immediately. I think that bit's clear. I think the drafting where you haven't transferred the resources and you're not measuring, I find that circular, because I find you sort of say, oh, but I think they've performed, therefore I've got an expense to recognise, and it's not clear to me how much of that expense. I'm not sure I agree with Lindy about if you can't measure, you can't enforce, because it may just be that you choose not to measure, and you might have the right to measure. So again, I wasn't absolutely convinced that if you can't measure, you can't enforce, because it may be that you're choosing, maybe you're too lazy or haven't got the resources to measure, and that's slightly different. You might have the ability to measure, but are choosing not to.
Thanks for that clarification, Lynn, in terms of the areas that were causing specific problems from your perspective. Ross, before I then go back to Paul.
Lynn just triggered a point for me, and it seems like the discussion we just had on revenue, also applies to transfer expenses. But I think the challenge here is that we're not completely aligned with the principles on revenue on the transfer expense side yet. And there might be a little bit of work there to get it more principle based, because I think the drafting now is a little more rule based. So that might be what's causing the confusion for members.
Thanks, Russell. I think that's certainly something that we should take away, because the principles, we want to make sure we're conceptually consistent between the two standards. So I think that is a check that needs to be done. Renee, sorry, I missed you again, and then back to Paul.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I'm trying to put my finger on why I'm still struggling with this idea that the transferor would decide or assess if they are monitoring or not, the whole monitoring of the arrangement. And I'm wondering if it goes back to understanding if this proposal is aligned with the definition of an asset. So the definition of an asset relies on control, and the control assessment is a question of fact. Whether an entity controls an asset is based on the assessment of fact. Whether it has the intention to control or not is not considered as part of the control assessment. So I'm wondering if here, to hinge the accounting treatment on whether the transferor monitors as the ability or decide to monitor, are we venturing into the ability or the intention to control? And is that now misaligned with the definition of an asset? So I'm trying to articulate my concern or my question and from a principles perspective, and going back to the asset definition. Could we test that? I guess would make me feel much more comfortable if we tested against the asset definition.
Thanks, Renee. Agree. That's important. Thomas, before I go back to Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. I just want to remind ourselves of the presentation Rosa gave at the 2019 December meeting in Abu Dhabi regarding their cases, the European Commission cases. I think we need to be careful not to mix up kind of the ability to kind of measure progress on one side and enforceability on the other side. It's not the same. They are saying we are not able to measure, but we are able to enforce getting the money back if they are not fulfilling all kind of requirements and complying with all requirements. Following that, they would have to immediately expense because they are not able to measure. But Rosa would say, no, but we have an enforceability mechanism to, even if we are not able to measure progress, to claim the money back if the kind of the arrangement is not fulfilled. So we have to be careful not to mix it up and bring it all together.
Thanks, Thomas. I think, again, that goes back to Renee's point about what is an asset. And in that situation, if you can actually claim the money back, if you still essentially control it. Paul, I think you've had a range of comments from members there. I think the general point is that we do need to make very sure that we are consistent between revenue and the transfer expense standard. The point that Renee made then in terms of specifically making sure we tie this back into the asset definition, but other relevant definitions. And then I think Lynn alluded to another. It's clear for Camira in particular area, there are a lot of other areas where she'd identified a lack of clarity or non-coverage, as it were. In taking this away, is there anything else that any additional points you wanted to make at this point.
I think there's a few points. First of all, picking up Thomas's point around immediately recognizing expense. I think you'd only immediately recognize the expense if you can't say, well, what can we tell when it would be, that obligation will be fully satisfied, so at the point in time. And I think probably what the EU are in a position is that they can't, the Commission, they may not be able to measure progress all the way through, but they will be able to say, oh no, that obligation has been finished at this point, so we'll recognize the expense then. So I think it's not, that is part of that. Rene raised the good point around whether it meets the definition of an asset, and I think it does meet the definition of an asset. However, the second part of the recognition criteria and the measurement is that you can reliably measure it, and I think that's where the issue is. If you have transferred you've transferred the funds to the recipient, you've recognised your asset, you've got effectively a prepayment asset, which we'll come on to now. At each reporting period, you have to be able to reliably measure that. And if you're not able to do the monitoring and you're not able to say, oh, well, we're not sure how they've performed, or we're not sure whether they've fully completed yet or not, because you can't even determine the point in time at which that the obligation will be satisfied, then the question is, can you actually reliably measure that asset? And if the answer is no, then you have to de-recognize it, and that would be when you would recognize the expense. So I think it's related to the definition of an asset, but it's more about whether you can actually reliably measure it or not. And the thinking behind the parallel situation where you haven't made the transfer is, at the start of the arrangement, you've got the situation where you're not recognizing a liability or an asset because effectively you're offsetting them. You've got combined item of a liability and asset measured at zero. You don't recognize an expense or a liability. But within that combined item, you do have a liability to make the transfer and an asset to receive or to have the other party perform. Now, if you're not monitoring, then arguably the asset side is not reliably measurable, but the liability side would be. So again, arguably at that point, you should recognize the liability, not recognize the asset, and therefore recognize an expense. I mean, that may take, we may need to do a little bit more thinking about that, particularly around following the discussion that we had on revenue earlier. But that was the thinking behind this. It's all about reliable measurement of your right to have the other party perform.
Thanks, Paul. I'm going to take a final comment from Lindy, and then I think probably we need a coffee break at this stage before we come back and discuss the disclosure proposals. But I think it does come back to actually we need to be incredibly clear about what the principles actually are here, and that they tie back and that they're internally consistent. And above all, this is principle based. I'll take comment from Lindy, and then I think we're at the coffee break, if that's okay, Lynn.
Thank you. I'm not fighting with everyone, but I think we must, if the explanation should support the rationale that we've set up, because we're saying that if we transfer resources, it is our right to enforce performance on the other party. It's not the right to the cash. It's forcing performance, and it's around how we would, and if it is this right that we have to enforce performance, then it is around the monitoring. And if I'm not monitoring it, then I don't have that right, and I recognize. It's only subsequent that I have a right to the cash back, that's a financial receivable, but we're calling this a contract asset. So I think then, yeah, it's different thing.
Lynn, quick final word.
I guess one of my points was going to be actually there will be times when you have a different event that might be a non-compliance event, and we have discussed that before. I just wanted to come back on this point, Paul, when you haven't transferred the resources, but you might have signed, I don't know, a 5-year commitment, and you're not necessary, and you might have a pattern of expected transfers, but actually you haven't yet transferred and the other party has started performing. If you're not going to measure that, you're saying, am I recognizing 5 years of expense in day one because I'm not going to measure it? Or does my pattern of transfers reflect measurement? And I find it just really confusing when we say I haven't transferred resources. I might, under the agreement, have a pattern where I'm going to do so, but I ignore that because I'm not going to monitor. I recognize 100% upfront, or is it just the first payment? I find there's just more work from a conceptual basis to me that is needed to really nail this from a principles base, because I'm struggling with that at the moment when we haven't transferred resources.
Thanks, Lynn. Okay, so I think at that point in time we break for coffee. Back here in 20 minutes, and then we'll just pick up any comments from members on the Part B of the recommendations, the proposed disclosure requirements. Okay, thanks everyone. So just wanted to get members thinking about the proposed disclosure requirements in the paper. Any additional points people want to pick up at this stage? I mean, I guess it's sort of, we need to see the revised drafting back, but anyway, Mike, kick us off.
So thank you very much. I'm very in favor for that point B, due to the fact what I mentioned before with the verification processes. And even I have an additional point coming back to A, because we had not enough time. I don't think whether everyone got it right, but I think it's very important that we can, we must differentiate between recognizing expenses immediately if we can't measure them, or to measure them at a certain point in time, which is usually the end of an agreement. I think it might be worth, let's say, making it a little bit more clear in that coming drafting.
Thanks, Mike. Todd.
Oh, thanks, Ian. In looking at this disclosure requirement, and in my day job auditing, I did have a bit of a concern that in the public sector, this could get quite voluminous for some entities. And so I did sort of pause and think, is this quite right? And I think going to your earlier comment, Ian, maybe we need to see the redrafting and sort of just reconsider what it is that we need in this space once we've got that.
Thanks, Todd. And I think if we sort of strip it, if we kind of just back up for a moment to what the principles are, then that should help us to get consistency in terms of what we're looking for on the disclosures. Any other thoughts or comments that members want to put in on the disclosure? I'm not seeing any flags up. So, Paul, I think we've got to the end of that item. Do you want to move us on to the next one, please?
Yep. So this is agenda item 8.2.6, where we're looking at the allocation of transfer consideration to transfer rights. So the transfer expense is equivalent of allocating the consideration to the obligations for the promises for the transfer recipient. So transfer rights are the unit of account that is used in recognizing and measuring transfer expenses. So that's in line with the proposals in ED 81, the conceptual framework update. We're using transfer rights as that unit of account. So it's important that there's an appropriate process for allocating that total value of resources transferred under a binding arrangement, the transaction consideration, to the transfer rights that are set out in the arrangement. December 2021, we set out a proposed model for allocating transaction consideration firstly to the transfer obligations and then to the transfer rights. Looking at that again, that sort of conflated the identification of those rights and the measurement of the amount to be allocated. So we've had a look at the approach again, tried to simplify it, tried to make it more consistent with the principles used in the revenue project. So the first thing is that transaction consideration, that's the total amount of resources that are to be transferred to the binding arrangement. So this needs to be transferred or allocated to individual transfer rights. Ideally, these transfer rights will match the transfer recipient's obligations, because it is these that the transfer provider has a right to enforce. So you've got the right to enforce the transfer recipient's obligations. They have to carry out their obligations. Where you can do so, there will be a single transfer right for each recipient's obligation. That's probably going to be hopefully going to be the most common scenario. So you allocate the amount of transaction consideration that relates to each of the recipient's obligations. However, in the same way as under the revenue proposals, there may be cases where you have to aggregate promises together until you get to a point where you can allocate that consideration. It may be the same for the transfer expenses. You may need to potentially, under some circumstances, you may not be able to reliably measure the amounts until you've aggregated some transfer recipients' obligations together. So you may therefore have a single transfer right that covers more than one transfer recipient's obligations. And then you would allocate the transfer consideration to those transfer rights. In many cases, that allocation should be specified in the binding arrangement. It should say, ideally, you would expect the binding arrangement to specify how much of the total consideration relates to each of the recipient's obligations, the recipient's promises. But where that isn't the case, then there will need to be estimation processes in place that will often be based on the provider's estimate of how much it would cost the recipient to fulfill each of the obligations. So if we can move on to the next slide, the recommendation is that if the IPSASB agree to adopt the revised drafting of this part of the transfer expenses with binding arrangements model, so that we allocate that transaction consideration directly to the transfer rights, and that those are related as far as possible to the transfer recipient's obligations.
Thanks, Paul. So open up for comments from members on those that proposal. Lynn.
I really didn't want to be the first. I was hoping somebody else might. I feel like it's just me all the time on this. So I found the principle as described we're going to take our transaction consideration, or we're going to take our binding arrangement, and we're going to look to understand what are my individual rights, my transfer rights, and I'm going to then allocate the consideration that I'm due to pay to those transfer rights. I think that is what you are saying to us. I don't find that the drafting matches that. The drafting talks sometimes about a right and an obligation. It doesn't talk about multiple rights, so it interchanges between right and rights. It interchanges between obligation and obligations, and I find therefore I'm confused, and I think it could be better drafted in a more simple way that says I look at my agreement, I understand my rights, and I do my best estimation of allocation of my consideration to those. Similarly,
so just to interrupt for a moment, Lynn. So Paul, if you can just back us onto the diagram slide. What I understood from what you were saying, Lynn, is that you could kind of that sort of process seemed okay to you. Is that right?
So I don't think the drafting matches that, and I think, and what I'm saying is that in some places it talks about distinct rights, some places it talks about a single right, and I find the drafting is confused about how do I identify my rights and how do I allocate my consideration across those rights. And it talks about transfer rights providing the basis of recognition and measurement. And I can understand the recognition point. I don't necessarily agree with the measurement point. And sometimes it talks about consideration. Sometimes it uses a term for intended to compensate. So I just don't think the drafting is matching the clarity about how I actually identify the transfer rights and how I allocate the considerations. So I had a lot of comments on the drafting because I don't think it was clear enough.
Thanks, Lynn. I mean, in getting Paul, just to go back to the diagram, I just wanted to check that, if you like, members are happy with the kind of, if you like, that's the model that we're talking about. And then, as you say, the second stage then is that the drafting needs to reflect that. Lucy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Actually, somehow I agree with the staff recommendation to adopt the revised drafting of the transfer expenses. I think the revised approach in the allocation of transaction consideration directly to transfer rights is, well, as mentioned in the paper, is more consistent with the proposed guidance in the draft Ipsas for revenue. And I think the amendments provide a clear text on the recognition of transfer rights, and as well as the measurement on the allocation of transaction consideration to transfer rights. However, regarding the basis of allocating the transfer consideration, it was mentioned that it may be based on the transfer obligations where these directly relate to the transfer rights, or on other information in the binding arrangement. I suggest that the application guidance provide examples of specific information in the binding arrangements that may be used as a basis for the allocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Any other comments? I'm not seeing flags up, hands raised. So, I mean, in terms of this, I think if you like, the model that you've illustrated on the slide, you know, members seem okay with that, but we need to make sure that the drafting is done consistently and as clearly as possible in terms of what we have here. And I think there's probably a general point across both projects, which is actually let's start to think about what are the principles which are expressed and then in the core text and then amplified in the AGs, and can we take away some of the complexity? Actually, if we're clear on the principles, that then maybe some implementation guidance, which is the missing piece, may actually help to take out some of the complexity in the drafting. So I think that's probably the instruction for staff, is to think about that. You know, I think when we go back to the 3 EDs, we had a lot of examples, but we didn't have the bridging implementation guidance. And if we can do that, that may well help with a lot of the complexity. So that needs, if you like, that sort of stand back and that logic check probably would help everybody on both projects. Lindy.
Yeah, and I think it's also just relating to maybe guidance and testing this, because I think in some arrangements it's just quarterly transfers of money and there's no real direct link to what the recipient would do with it. So I would assume then it's just about those tranches and you wouldn't have to now estimate something in between or additional. So I think maybe in the application guidance or implementation guidance, we just show that as well.
Thanks, Lindy. Patricia.
I think it's necessary to think about how to aggregate recipient obligation, different as in the text. I think it's the rule is not disaggregate but aggregate in accordance with revenue AD. If, for example, I can aggregate some promises if the promise has the same the progress can be checked in the same way, in the same time, then I aggregate, not disaggregate an obligation. I think it's necessary to be clear what is the criterion to consider the equivalence, one right and one obligation, or to aggregate the obligation in one right. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Yeah, so nods on that. Good. Okay. Well, I think we've got the sense on this in terms of the overall model, but it's actually how to express it best in a way that helps people in practice. And I think that's the challenge there. Okay, so if you can move us on to the, or back to the final paper, Paul, I think that's right, isn't it? All right, I've gone ahead.
Yeah, we're now on to the final paper, which is agenda item 8.2.2. So this is looking at the definition of a transfer expense and the link between that and the existence of a binding arrangement asset, or the transfer provider's binding arrangement asset. So we have the definition of a transfer expense, an expense arising from a transaction other than taxes, in which the entity provides a good, service, or other asset to another entity, which may be an individual, without directly receiving any good, service, or other asset in return. This was the definition included in ED 72. No significant issues raised in the responses to that ED, and the board reconfirmed this definition in September 2021. So it's been around for quite a while, and yeah, the board reconfirmed that decision in 2021, so it didn't seem to be causing any problems. But when we were discussing the binding arrangement asset in December 2021, some members started to raise questions at that point. So in terms of, I think the real question was whether or not that binding arrangement asset, that transfer provider's binding arrangement asset, is would be in conflict with the definition of transfer expenses. So would recognizing that asset when you've made a prepayment give you a conflict with this definition? So in considering whether that a transaction is a transfer expense, the key test is whether the provider directly receives any good, service, or other asset in return for transferring those resources. First thing is the transfer provider's binding arrangement is not, or the asset is not a good or a service, so we can ignore those items. So what that leaves you with is the question of whether the transfer provider's binding arrangement asset is received in return for transferring funds to the transfer recipient. First point to note is that the binding arrangement asset is not received from another party. So it isn't something that is received by the recipient. It's a timing difference. It's also not in return for the transaction consideration that's transferred. So when the transfer provider transfers the consideration to the recipient, what they get in return is the fulfillment of the recipient's obligations, not the binding arrangement asset. So essentially, this binding arrangement asset is a prepayment asset, and it follows then that the existence of the transfer provider's binding arrangement asset does not prevent a transaction being a transfer expense. It's not a good, service, or other asset received in return for transferring the consideration. So I think if we can then move on to the final section. We've had a look at this since the papers went out. So the questions are, first of all, does the IPSASB agree with the guidance that's been developed in the paper? But having looked at it again and having talked about this with other staff, although there was a suggestion from the last meeting that we ought to be including guidance, staff think this is probably best located now in the basis for conclusions. So if the IPSASB agrees with that, then we will look to relocate this guidance into the basis of conclusions.
Thank you, Paul. So open up for comments from members on what you've described. And then the second question as to, are we happy that it's basis for conclusions? Lindy.
Thanks. So I don't disagree that it doesn't change, that it's still a transfer expense, and that it can be in the basis for conclusions. But I actually wonder if the explanation is a lot simpler, because I think you have to make the determination obviously up front, and it's about the expense. And it's about when I expense something, I'm not getting something in return. It's not about anything in between. And maybe there's a financial asset or a contract asset in that arrangement. But I think at the end of the day, what I'm getting, I'm going to be expensing something and I'm not getting something in return. And I think that's the argument.
Thanks, Lindy. Any other comments from members? David.
Sorry, I'm picking up on Lindy's point. I'm not sure that that's what this paper was about. I thought this was about, which of course goes back to the clarity of the paper probably, but isn't it about the fact that I've paid something up front in advance of somebody doing something? And so therefore, I mean, I agree that with staff that it's not a good service or other asset in return, and it's a prepayment. And then when you get into the stage of the other party delivering against the binding arrangement, then you can start to recognize the expense. That's the way I read it. And I would certainly agree that what was written as AG is BC material. But I may be wrong. So,
Ross.
So I just think it's important to step back and clarify why the paper is even here to start with. So this is just a clarification the board asked for in December on whether in a transfer, you could be receiving something back because of the binding arrangement asset. So this is just to clarify that, just because you've got a binding arrangement asset, that's not you receiving something back in. So that might be why the paper feels a little bit academic and is a little bit confusing, is because I think it's just clarifying how the definition works, and that a transfer is a transfer. Just because you have a right to something that in the signed agreement, that's not you getting exchange back. So I think that's important, because I was also confused at times on why we have this paper, because there's not a lot of comments on this or lack of clarity, but it was something that came up in a debate in December and an instruction to staff to do this paper, to clarify that you're not receiving something back because you have a binding arrangement asset.
Thanks, Ross, for that clarification. Okay, so Todd.
Thanks, Ian. And I just want to check in terms of this going in the basis for conclusions. We have adequately explained in the standard and application guidance this concept, and so by moving this into the basis for conclusions, we're not losing anything in terms of clarity around this point in that authoritative text, because I think that is important.
Thanks, Todd. So I think in terms of if you like, the thinking behind it and the conclusions, members seem to be behind that proposition. Is this is basis for conclusions material. I think then what you're asking for, Todd, is just a final check whether there's anything then that if we take that approach would be missing. So I think the instruction to staff is just to do that check to ensure we've got the appropriate linkage through the AG. Okay. Good. Okay, so Paul, anything else in terms of the item today?
No, I think that's covered everything. Thanks, Ian.
Okay, So I think with that, we're through the revenue and transfer expense items. So you can have 3/4 of an hour back. And I think for those members here in New York, I think I'm right in saying, Leah, that lunchtime is, that lunch is available outside. I think, was there also, because there's a town hall, IFAC town hall, we don't need, oh, okay, all right.
And maybe just to remind members in the room here, tomorrow after our session closes, IFAC will be using this room for the afternoon. So you will need to take your papers home tomorrow. So you can leave them here today, but tomorrow you'll need to pack those up and take them with you because we'll need to leave the desk clean so IFAC can use the table in the afternoon tomorrow. Okay, thanks. Probably wishful thinking on my part that we were a day ahead. Anyway, no. Thanks everyone for this morning's session. I think we moved things forward nicely and in a way that was required. And see you back tomorrow.